Chapter 1791. The armored man sensed something and intercepted them, shouting, "Don't be impulsive!" However, the two of them had already rushed out of the shore and reached the dark reef in an instant. Was there any danger? The two of them looked at each other and reached for the Sandway fire spirit. At that moment, something strange happened. Suddenly, an undercurrent gushed out from the side of Sandway fire spirit. Two dark gray darts suddenly shot out. The two of them were shocked. The slender woman was shocked. She took out a small bell and shook it with all her might. An ice-blue ripple swept out, causing the dart to slow down slightly. The slender woman took advantage of the opportunity to retreat. But the pale-faced youth was not so lucky. He took out a white jade shield of good quality and placed it in front of him. As a result, the dark gray darts instantly pierced through the white jade shield and struck the pale-faced youth's chest, leaving a bull-sized bloody hole. Ah! With a shrill scream, the pale-faced youth flew into the magma and turned into steam. Seeing this, the slender woman who had just retreated turned pale. She was terrified. The armored man's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Who's sneaking around? Come out quickly." But there was no one there. Suddenly, Suyu's eyes flashed. "Baihichu, be careful!" With the Azura sword in his hand, Suyu used it to block the armored man's chest. Ding! Just as he was about to block the attack, a dark gray dart suddenly appeared and struck the Azura sword. Suyu's hand shook. The dart contained a great force and almost sent the Azura sword flying. Even so, the armored man was still knocked back by the Azura sword. He took a few steps back, his blood boiling. His eyes were filled with shock. "Dark Gale Dart, are you the Wula brothers, who are ranked 70th on the wanted list?" The slender woman was shocked. The Wula brothers, the twin assassins who caused a sensation many years ago. 1,000 years ago, two notorious assassins suddenly appeared in the Diu Empire. They specialized in assassination missions in the black market. Their targets were officials, nobles, faction disciples, and even princes. As long as they were paid, they dared to assassinate anyone. 500 years ago, the two of them successfully assassinated a divine warrior of heaven and earth, causing a sensation in the Diu Empire. But after that, the two of them seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth and never appeared again. It was rumored that they were killed by the secret pursuit of the imperial family. However, there were also rumors that they went to the Diu Empire. He didn't expect to meet them here. The armored man's heart sank. He didn't even have the confidence to defeat one of the Wu La brothers in a one-on-one fight, let alone two of them. "Zixin, protect young master Su and retreat. I'll hold them off for now." The armored man roared, and a black light emerged above his head, transforming into a pitch-black sun. "Come out." The black sun's black light shone brightly, enveloping the entire area around the lake. Suddenly, not far away from them, two translucent gray figures appeared under the illumination of the black light. They crawled on the ground like cheetahs, silently launching a pincer attack from the left and right. Unexpectedly, the armored man's secret technique was quite good at breaking through concealment, and he was able to see through their movements. Now that their whereabouts were exposed, the Wula brothers decided not to hide anymore and attacked violently. The two of them turned into two gray residual shadows, and a string of dozens of darts shot out simultaneously. The darts sealed off all the spaces in the armored man's body, preventing him from dodging them. He could only face them head-on. "Great sun, heavenly thunder!" The armored man roared again, grabbing the black sun above his head and crushing it. Bang! A shocking shock wave of energy swept out with him at the center. The powerful darts were sent flying like leaves, scattering in all directions. But only two residual shadows were not affected, and they brushed past the armored man. Two sharp, ice-cold blades appeared, piercing toward the armored man with the force of a thunderbolt. His expression changed drastically, and he drew the black iron knife from his waist, roaring, Cloud-piercing moon, breaking strike! With a wave of the knife, 12 pitch-black residual shadows swept out in 2 different directions. This move was extremely powerful, not any weaker than Su Yu's Birth of the Devil. But the Wu La brothers' blades were unusually terrifying, and they pierced through the residual shadows, piercing toward the armored man without any resistance. The armored man's face was filled with despair, and he roared crazily, "Then let's die together!" His body lunged forward, giving up on his back. The knife in his hand pounced toward the gray shadow in front of him, clearly intending to kill both of them. But the Wu La brothers were famous for assassinations, and they were best at fighting to the death. The gray shadow in front of them was extremely agile, and it avoided the armored man's attack at a strange angle. The gray shadow in the back flashed, and the cold blade in his hand quickly pierced toward the armored man's body. The slender woman saw this and screamed, "Baihichu, be careful!" She suddenly felt her vision darken, and a strong wind suddenly flashed past. Su Yu, who was clearly not far away from her, disappeared into thin air. Clang! With an intense sound, a person suddenly appeared behind the armored man, and he used the blood sword in his hand to deflect the gray shadow's fatal attack. The gray shadow retreated after the attack, and he met up with another gray shadow. The armored man's heart trembled, and he could not get rid of the fear of having just passed by the gates of hell. "You." The armored man stared at Su Yu, his eyes filled with shock. Su Yu had consecutively blocked the Wu La brothers' assassination attempts, which was enough to show that Su Yu's movement techniques, perception, and swordsmanship had reached a superb level. "Protect CXN, I'll do it." Su Yu's back was facing the armored man, and he looked at the Wu La brothers from afar. From the situation of the fight, they had not broken through to the martial emperor realm like Huan Yu Langjun had, so it was much easier to deal with them. Creak! The Wu La brothers once again turned into 2 residual shadows, moving around Su Yu at high speed, looking for the best time and angle to attack. They had also noticed Su Yu's abnormality, and they had decided to get rid of him first. Su Yu's cold eyes blinked, and he activated his vision. The 2 residual shadows were unusually slow and clear in Su Yu's eyes. Clenching his fist, Su Yu immediately drew his sword. Heaven-cutting sword. Rumble! The entire underground space shook violently, and the wild sword energy erupted like a volcano, shooting in 2 opposite directions. Clang! Thud! 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 The 2 gray shadows, which were moving at high speed, were hit precisely. Their figures were revealed in a sorry state, and they were forced to retreat. Seeing this, the armored man's pupils shrank. An attack from a half-martial emperor? The cold sword energy had refreshed his understanding of Su Yu. The slender woman's eyes were wide open, her face full of disbelief. Her voice trembled as she said, He is so powerful." The famous Wu La brothers were no match for the power of Su Yu's one sword. The gray shadows converged once again, revealing themselves to be 2 identical twin brothers. Their eyes were sunken, their faces were shriveled, and their bodies were as slender as firewood. Their sunken eyes flickered with astonishment at the same time. They had not expected Su Yu to be so powerful. Su Yu stared at the 2 of them coldly. "Do you want to give me an explanation before you die?" He was the one who had hidden near the Sanwei fire spirit and tried to assassinate them. The Wu La brothers looked fearful. Their instincts told them that the sword just now was far from Su Yu's true power. If they continued to fight, they would be the ones to die. The Wu La brothers said in unison, "Fools! We were hiding there to avoid being killed. Who allowed you to approach us so suddenly?" Hiding? Su Yu, the armored man, and even the slender woman's hearts skipped a beat. What could have chased the Wu La brothers to the point of hiding? "You should not have come here. If you want to live, quickly hide." The Wu La brothers shouted in unison as they sped toward the cave. Su Yu's eyes flashed. He was about to give chase when he suddenly felt something. His expression changed. Yin and yang energy immediately gushed out from the top of his head, and he disappeared from the spot. Poof! In less than a breath's time, a dark purple shadow of a knife suddenly pierced out from the depths of the exit. A palm-wide dent was left where Suyu had been, but it was not caused by the knife energy, but by corrosion. At the same time, the two gray shadows flew backward, crushed by the dark purple shadow of the knife. Finally, they were corroded into a dark purple mist of blood. The purple shadow of the knife dissipated, turning into a purple mist that engulfed the surroundings. The ground was corroded until it was full of holes, and the divine energy in the air was corroded. The armored man and the slender woman were so shocked that they used the divine light on their bodies to fight back. Then, the sound of unhurried footsteps could be heard. "Haha, I've finally found the two fish that slipped through the net." A sinister laugh came from the cave. A middle-aged man in a green robe, shrouded in shadows, appeared. A pair of dim yellow eyes sized up Suyu and the others. He then took out a jade butterfly to compare. His lips formed a sinister smile. "Oh, the second kill list is also here. It's just that one person is missing." The Wu La brothers were hiding from this person. Suyu retreated to the front of the armored man and the slender woman. The Poison Emperor. This person was a divine warrior of heaven and earth who was adept at using poisons. "Who ordered you to kill us?" Suyu thought to himself. The other party's targets were not only them, but also the people sent by the first prince. The green-robed man walked out of the cave, a cold smile on his face. Do the dead need to know so much? As soon as he finished speaking, a group of black scorpions leaped out from under his feet. They were the size of a fist. The scorpion's tail flickered, emitting a dark red light. "Be careful, it's the red wolf venomous scorpion." The armored man's expression changed drastically. He was well aware of the creature's ferocious reputation. A single red wolf venomous scorpion could contend with a glazed crystal overlord. Even a divine warrior would not be able to withstand hundreds of scorpions. Revolving demonic moon style. Su Yu's expression was calm as he waved an arc of sword energy. A large number of red wolf venomous scorpions were sent flying back and crushed in the air. A few came from the side. Su Yu waved his sword a few times, destroying all of them. The green-robed man sneered. "Mere ants, how dare you harm my poisonous scorpions?" Hiss! A black shadow flashed behind the green-robed man. The armored man felt something disappear. When he looked again, a purple-black poisonous snake as thick as an arm bit Su Yu's body like lightning. But what it bit was the azure sword in Su Yu's hand. A poisonous snake, half a step to the divine warrior level. The armored man's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 1792. Evil Creature. With a cold snort, Su Yu waved his giant sword. The demon master's world was swept away. The purple-black poisonous snake was confused for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the azure sect sword shook violently, and the cold blade minced the poisonous snake into a dozen pieces. The pieces fell to the ground and kept twisting. However, Su Yu did not stop immediately. Instead, he threw out the glaze heavenly fire talisman. A green flame burst out and burned the snake's body. In the burning, the purple-black poisonous snakes, thick as wood, could be seen hiding in the snake's body. They were also burned to death. Seeing this, the armored man's pupils shrank. There were hundreds of small poisonous snakes hidden in the snake's body. Perhaps this was the true killing move of the purple-black poisonous snakes? Boy, you are looking for death. The green-robed emperor was annoyed that the purple-black poisonous snakes had seen through him. His green robe shook and nothing happened. However, the armored man and the slender woman suddenly held their heads in pain, as if thousands of ants were gnawing on their heads. Their souls had been poisoned. The formless, poisonous fog that was released just now was an attack aimed at the soul. Su Yu was the same. He held his head with a pained expression. Humph! You overestimate yourself. The green-robed emperor shook his sleeves disdainfully, raised his index finger, and shot out a deep, purple, poisonous fog-knife energy, enveloping all three of them, just like the Wula brothers. He wanted to poison them to death on the spot. Just as the knife energy was about to land, Su Yu, who was in pain, suddenly raised his head. The Azura sect sword in his hand had been replaced by a dragon-shaped sword. The sword Qi swept across, and a sword Qi that made the green-robed man's face change color struck down from the sky. Caught off guard, the green-robed emperor retreated and hurriedly released several poisonous fog barriers in front of him. However, he had underestimated Su Yu all along, and his defense was limited in its haste. Several layers of barriers were easily smashed like papier-mâché, while he himself suffered a heavy blow. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of poisonous blood, the green-robed emperor was sent flying and smashed into the wall. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Yu grabbed the armored man and the slender woman. However, he did not leave. Instead, he stepped on the Three Flavors fire spirit, who was about to escape into the magma, and kicked it into the air. Then he opened the 9 Jade spiritual pearl and stored it in it. Only then did he rush into the cave. Just as he stepped in, the green-robed man's furious roar resounded behind him. Don't even think about leaving. The whole cave was buzzing and trembling. Su Yu's ears were numb, and his body was slightly stiff. However, it only lasted for an instant before it returned to normal. While sprinting, he used the Tai Chi Yin-Yang wings to run wildly in the cave. The green-robed man was shocked and angry at the same time. The other party was obviously an insignificant human, but his speed was extremely strange. Every time he was about to grab her, she would suddenly pull away. This feeling was not like chasing a glazed crystal overlord. Instead, it was like fighting with someone of the same level, which shocked him greatly. Su Yu's expression was calm, but his heart sank slightly. The reason why he was able to escape from the other party's poison was because he had condensed a soul crystal. The other party's poison, mist, was unable to harm him. However, it was obvious that the other party had not used his full strength. If Su Yu fought them head-on, his chances of winning were slim. If it was an ordinary area, he could directly activate the advanced version of the Tai Chi Yin-Yang wings and instantly teleport 10 billion meters away. However, this place was buried deep underground, and the fire element was too rich, affecting the balance of yin and yang qi. A short distance was fine, but a long-distance teleportation would definitely fail. Only by leaving the volcano could he have a chance of escaping. The green-robed man behind him was following closely, but if nothing went wrong, he should be able to escape the underground first. The two of them chased each other for 2 hours. The fire element in the vicinity had weakened by more than half. Su Yu's face lit up. He was about to leave the underground. As expected, there was a sea of red in front of him. It was the exit of the cave that he had come from. Creak! Su Yu leaped out and hovered in midair above the huge volcano. At that moment, the green-robed man seemed to have noticed Su Yu's situation. He used some unknown method to increase his speed by 5 times. As soon as Su Yu's foot left, he caught up with him. A purple-black chain rushed out with a swoosh, sweeping towards Su Yu and the others. The chain of rules. Su Yu's face darkened. Without thinking, he struck out with the royal dragon sword. The enormous dragon-shaped sword energy swooped down, slowing down the oncoming chain. However, the dragon-shaped sword energy immediately collapsed. The collapsed sword energy surged back like a tsunami, knocking Su Yu into the air. His clothes were shredded by the sword energy, and hideous sword scars appeared on his skin. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes dimmed slightly. Sure enough, it would be difficult to win against a divine warrior head-on. Seeing that the chain was about to attack him again, Suyu shook his right wrist without hesitation. 10 invisible, transparent threads flew out of the bracelet and formed a net in front of him to defend himself. Crack! A shocking scene appeared. The chain of rules hit the net and penetrated it without any hindrance, as if the net did not exist. However, the green-robed man's face stiffened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. He said in horror and shock, "My rules!" After the chain of rules passed through the net, dozens of tiny cracks appeared on its surface. Then, the chain was cut into more than 40 small pieces of different sizes. Puff! As if he had been seriously injured, he spat out another mouthful of blood. The green-robed man roared, "You destroyed my rules. I will kill you." Boom! With him as the center, a dark green storm suddenly erupted, full of terrible poison. Suyu's face changed. He retrieved the silk threads, held the two of them, and flew into the sky. The jade-green tempest surged up from below like a poisonous dragon, and it bit over. Suyu stared and quickly left the crater. When he noticed that the fire element was calm, his face lit up, and he immediately activated the advanced yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole. Roar! At this moment, the poisonous dragon swallowed them in one bite. But at the critical moment, they successfully teleported away. No. The green-robed man let out a shocking roar, shaking the entire volcano. The magma lake below, which had been quiet for countless years, also began to churn. After a long time, the green-robed man's eyes were red, and his face was full of resentment. Damn it! I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. The roar shook the magma lake that had just calmed down again, and a giant wave of 1,000 feet appeared. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from the bottom of the magma. You have disturbed my training again and again. I will not forgive you. What? The green-robed man's body trembled violently from the mighty sound. He subconsciously looked towards the magma lake and saw a giant dragon with a fiery red body that was hundreds of meters long. It was stirring the magma and suddenly rushed out. Double-crowned divine dragon! The green-robed man screamed and turned to escape. But just as he escaped from the crater, a bloody dragon's mouth bit off half of his body. Then a scorching dragon's breath blew, and the remaining half of his body melted in an instant. The fire dragon raised its neck and swallowed half of the green-robed man's body into its stomach. Its dark red eyes, as huge as a house, coldly swept in the direction where Suyu had escaped. Humph! You escaped fast. Then he turned and jumped into the magma. After a while, the magma calmed down, but there were countless broken limbs and remains of fire element creatures. Crash! The fire dragon rushed out again with an emperor-level fire attribute creature in its mouth. With a tyrannical dragon cry, it said, "This group of low IQ fire attribute creatures are quite perceptive. Most of them ran away when they sensed that I had awakened. Otherwise, it would have been a feast." Suddenly, the fire dragon stared in the direction of the royal family and said, "That is—" After a while, its fierce eyes were filled with greed. "I didn't expect a corner of the dragon palace to be here. It's a good thing for me." Roar! With a deafening dragon roar, the fierce fire dragon turned into a flame and rushed toward the imperial city. Somewhere in the empire, on an isolated island, a huge amount of yin and yang energy suddenly gathered, and then suddenly spread out. 3 people fell from it. It was Suyu, the armored man, and the slender woman who had luckily escaped. Suyu calmed himself down, took out a compass, and located his location. At a glance, he couldn't help but grin. The poisonous fog of the green-robed emperor had affected the final teleportation. It was supposed to be teleported in the direction of the imperial city, but by a freak combination of factors, it had appeared 10 billion miles away. The armored man was also determining his location, and his expression was full of bitterness. "We actually landed in the territory of the Snow Lion King. It will take at least a year to get back from here." So you looked surprised. It won't take long to use the teleportation portal of the Imperial Envoy Embassy here, right? Mr. Su, you don't know. It was the slender woman who spoke, and her expression was much more respectful. The Snow Lion King is the most supportive of the first prince, because the current king is the first prince's uncle. We landed in the Snow Lion King's territory, and if we want to use the Imperial Envoy Embassy here to teleport back, we will definitely be obstructed. Su Yu frowned. They might not know our identities, right? Shaking his head, the armored man's expression was as calm as still water. Sir, don't underestimate the power of the great princes. I think you were noticed by the 5 princes on the first day you stepped into the princess mansion. The Snow Lion King most likely received news of you as well. If we appear in the Imperial Envoy Embassy, we will be discovered immediately. Is that so? Su Yu's expression was troubled. If he were to go to other fiefs, the closest one would be the Northern Envelope Land, and he would only need to use the advanced technique of yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole once. But it was easy to get there, and he believed that the descendants of the Northern Envelope Land would not expect Su Yu to dare go to the Northern Envelope Land. If it were now, they might have already known that Su Yu had arrived. Going to the Imperial Envoy Embassy in the Northern Envelope Land would be like sending a sheep into a tiger's den. Jinghua Fief, the only place that had not made its stance clear, should not be a problem, but it would take at least half a year to get there, and the Dao reign would be held in half a year. Could we not make it back in time? Su Yu's expression turned grave. Just as Huang Fuliang had said, the Dao reign was a rare grand event in the star area. It might not happen even once in tens of thousands of years. If he missed such an opportunity, he would miss it. If he wanted to encounter it again, it would all depend on his luck. If Su Yu wanted to rely on cultivating the forging rules, he would need at least 1,000 years, and he might not even succeed. Just as Su Yu was in distress, the slender woman's eyes flickered, and she said proudly, "Mr. Su, you have done me a favor. I know a way to make it back in half a year." Chapter 1793. The slender woman looked at the armored man and said hesitantly, "This method may not be tolerated by the Empire. If it is leaked, the armored man was not an advisor of the princess like them, but a guard sent by the Empire to protect the princess. He was loyal to the Empire. If the armored man reported it, they would be in big trouble. Mr. Su has saved my life twice. This time, I can't delay his participation in the Dao reign. As long as the method you suggested doesn't cross the line of my duty, I can turn a blind eye to it." The armored man looked at Su Yu with deep gratitude in his eyes. Without him, the armored man would have become a corpse by now, wouldn't he? The slender woman heaved a sigh of relief and said, "It's actually very simple. Just look for the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce." Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly. He had never heard of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. The armored man's eyes flickered, but he remained silent. The slender woman observed the armored man's expression and was slightly delighted. It seemed that he had acquiesced. On the other hand, Su Yu looked like he knew nothing. The slender woman was slightly surprised. "Mr. Su, have you never heard of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce?" Judging from his performance, he was amazingly talented. Such a person should have a powerful background. How could he have never heard of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce? "I have been in isolation all year round and only appeared recently," Su Yu said. The slender woman looked enlightened. "No wonder. The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce only appeared in the Empire of Dayu in the last 10 years. Then why?" Su Yu looked at the armored man. It seemed that the Empire was not very friendly to the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. The slender woman said, "The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce has influence in all great civilizations. The Empire is very wary of it, so it doesn't allow the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce to develop in the Empire. But the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce has a strong foundation. It can't be done openly, but it has secretly developed an underground black market that has affected the entire civilization in just 5 years. Every fief has a black market branch, and I believe the Snow Lion fief is no exception. The slender woman was very familiar with this. It had affected the entire empire of Dayu in just 5 years. How generous was that? The power of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce had reached an unfathomable level. Su Yu said, "Then how can we find them? Since it's a black market, it should be well hidden. It won't be easy to contact them in a short time." Hee, don't worry about that. I've been in contact with the black market 3 years ago as a regular customer of theirs. I don't have to worry about not being able to find them. The slender woman smiled sweetly and took out a black stone with a 6-star pattern on it. Seeing this stone, the armored man raised his eyebrows fiercely, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. The slender woman acted as if nothing had happened. She opened her red lips and spat out a mouthful of divine energy. Immediately, the black stone shot out a black scissor towards a certain direction. The nearest black market stronghold is in that direction. The slender woman heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, she wasn't entirely sure if there was a branch of the black market in the Snow Lion fief, but it seemed that she wasn't boasting. There's no time to lose. Let's hurry. 3 meteors streaked across the sky. Beishodi. The king's face was gloomy as he held a broken life token tightly. Royal father who killed the 100 poison monarch. The north gazing Pearl's face turned pale. The 100 poison monarch was a foreign emperor that the North Shodi had secretly recruited in order to secretly do things that the North Shodi could not do. Unexpectedly, the life token that he had left in the fief was broken, indicating that he was dead. The king's face was gloomy. Who else could it be? Apart from the 2 mysterious teams of the royal family, there can't be a third party. His eyes flashed as he took out a bronze mirror and said, "Send me the information on the 2 batches of people from the royal family." Yes, Hien's voice came from the other side of the bronze mirror. Before long, rows of images were projected from the bronze mirror, and there were corresponding detailed descriptions on the right side of the images. "Brother Wula," the king snorted. "The royal family isn't some kind of paradise. Even a wanted criminal can become an advisor." The north-gazing Pearl frowned slightly. It was impossible for the Wula brothers to kill the 100 poison monarch. His eyes swept down. The second batch was sent by Princess Rukin, the imperial bodyguard by Hichu, the advisors Zexan by Mu Suyu. Wait, Suyu. The north-gazing Pearl's pupils shrank. She could not believe her eyes. Her beautiful eyes immediately looked at the corresponding image. It was the face that had been etched into her bones. It was the man who had appeared in her dreams countless times, the man who made her hate him and feel like an immortal. It's him? The king's eyes were filled with anger. The culprit who had forced the North Shodi to betray the empire was this man. The north-gazing Pearl clenched her teeth and said, "Father, this is the man who has many emperors behind him. It is highly likely that the 100 poison monarch died at his hands." Even without her saying it, the king had already listed Suyu as the prime suspect. Hien, seal the transportation portal immediately. For the next 10 days, only people can enter but not leave. The king gave the order. At the same time, he gathered the people in the fief and said, "Inform all the strong martial artists of the North Shodi to search for Suyu. If he is alive, I want to see him. If he is dead, I want to see his corpse." The entire North Shodi was immediately mobilized. Countless soldiers were mobilized with murderous intent. They searched everywhere, from cities to villages. Unfortunately, Suyu, whom they had been searching for so long, seemed to have vanished into thin air. The search that had lasted for 10 days was coming to an end. The king's face was gloomy. If we had been able to check on the 2 batches of people who had entered the territory earlier, how could we have allowed that little thief to escape? The north-gazing Pearl's face was filled with disappointment. What's going on in the fief recently? Such a huge commotion has even alarmed me. An old voice came from outside the palace. Many strong martial artists of the north, Shou Di, came to greet him. Ancestor, Pear King. He was the previous king of the North Shou Di, the Pear King. Ever since he had returned from the Sea of Constellations civilization, he had been in seclusion. Compared to the last time, the Pear King's aura had increased significantly. He was showing signs of breaking through to the Double Crown Emperor level. The current king, North Gazing How, hurried forward. Why did you alarm father? I'm a sinner for disturbing your breakthrough. It turned out that the humiliation he had suffered during the trip to the Sea of Constellations had greatly affected the Pear King. It was a blessing in disguise, and he had reached the bottleneck of the Double Crown Emperor level that he had not been able to reach for many years. However, the commotion in the conferred land today was rather big, alarming him. The Pear King raised his white beard and glared at him. Beixin's bloodline is secretly planning to break away from the royal family, but you just had to create such a big commotion. Are you afraid that the royal family won't be on guard? Bei Wang Hao explained in fear, It's not that I want to do this, but I have no choice. He then told them about Su Yu's appearance and the fall of the 100 Poisons divine warrior. After knowing what had happened, the Pear King's face darkened. After a long while, the Pear King's eyes shone brightly. We can only speed up the process. We must completely break away from the Empire within half a year. As for whether Su Yu will expose the fact that the Beixin King tripod was lost, we don't have to worry about that. It's good enough that we didn't expose him. Would he dare to expose this matter? Su Yu had joined Princess Rukin's advisor, and they were all well aware of his intentions. He believed that Su Yu did not have the guts to reveal this matter. Pearl is the only thing to be feared. The Pear King looked apologetic. Back then, he had no choice but to leave the north-facing Pearl behind. Now that she had the curse of the Corpse clan in her body, it was hard for him to calm down. The north-gazing Pearl's face darkened. The only thing we can do now is to go there and try, the Pear King said. Bei Wang Hao looked troubled. However, it's not convenient for us to go to the Imperial City. If we leave Pearl alone, we won't be able to rest easy. The Pear King's eyes shone brightly. Have you forgotten about our Pearl's engagement with a certain prince? I think it's time for that prince to do something. Moreover, Qin is in the Imperial City now, so he can help Pearl. Hearing this, the crowd rolled their eyes, and many of them looked relieved. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. In the bustling city of the Snow Lion's Fief, 3 martial artists in disguise quietly arrived in front of an abandoned house. They were Su Yu and the other 2, who had just arrived. The slender woman knocked on the door, and soon a 9-year-old girl with pigtails popped her head out. When she saw the 3 strangers, she asked timidly, "Who are you looking for? Did you get the wrong door?" The slender woman tossed the pitch-black hexagonal stone over. The girl with the pigtails held it with both hands and laughed sinisterly. Her voice changed, and she sounded extremely old, as if she was a 100-year-old old woman. "Oh, you are our esteemed guests. Who are these 2? I brought them here. Don't worry, they are trustworthy." The slender woman vouched for them. The girl with the pigtails chuckled. "Since they are vouching for the esteemed guests of the meteor star, they are definitely trustworthy. Please come in." As they stepped into the house, the scene outside was vastly different. A huge hidden market came into view, and there were about 10,000 martial artists lingering there. The islands floating in the air were packed with people. "Haha, please look around. I won't keep you company." The girl with the pigtails laughed hoarsely, then disappeared into the crowd. At the same time, Su Yu sized up the market. Although it wasn't big, it had everything, and all kinds of goods were sold. Talismans, elixirs, and cultivation techniques were everywhere. There were even spiritual pets that rarely appeared in the outside world. "Follow me." The slender woman was unusually familiar with the place, and she led them to a floating island with ease. There were many people on this island, and the queue was far greater than that of the other islands. However, the slender woman cut the queue straight to the front and came to the window of the great hall. Such behavior naturally attracted waves of dissatisfaction and angry shouts. The guards on both sides of the window had stern expressions, and they strode over with big strides. It was only when the woman took out her 6-star black stone that the guards' expressions changed abruptly. Their footsteps froze, and the stern expressions on their faces turned into respect. "Our esteemed guests of the 6 stars have arrived. Please come in." The agitated crowd in the queue gradually calmed down. Even though they were still unwilling, they did not continue to make a fuss, as if they had approved of the matter. Su Yu revealed an astonished expression. This woman's status in the black market seemed to be a little different from before. Amidst the envy and jealousy, Su Yu and the others cut the queue and went straight to the window. After showing their 6-star black stone identification, the spell on the left side of the window shook violently, and an opening that could only allow a person to pass through appeared, allowing them to enter. Chapter 1794. "Do you plan to take the transportation portal?" the white-browed elder asked with a smile. The slender woman nodded. "Please arrange it. The price is negotiable." This hall was responsible for selling transportation portals. The woman asked for the price directly. The white-browed elder chuckled. 3 months later. As for the price, it will be 30 divine stones for the 3 of you. Divine stones? Su Yu had only recently learned of the existence of this item from the ancient books. Areas with rich magical energy often formed very precious mineral veins. The mineral veins produced a kind of crystal or that contained divine energy, known as divine stones. This item was the universal currency of the galaxy, and all civilizations could use it. The slender woman frowned. "The price is not a problem, but isn't the timing a little too late?" The white-browed elder smiled. "Recently, everyone has been rushing to the Imperial City, just like you. You have seen the huge queue outside. In 3 months, you have the privilege of a 6-star VIP, so I arranged for you to cut the queue. Otherwise, you would have to wait at least 5 months. The slender woman cast a questioning look at Su Yu. Su Yu thought for a moment, then nodded. "Then we will stay here for 3 months. There were still 4 months until the rain, so there was plenty of time. All right." The slender woman took out another 30 egg-sized crystals. They were of all different colors, but each color contained abundant divine energy. The white-browed elder accepted them with a smile and gave each of them an ancient ring. "This is my token. You can use it to use the transportation portal in 3 months." The 3 of them quickly left the hall after accepting the ring. Su Yu looked grateful. "Thank you, Miss Z. I have some world spiritual treasures here. Consider it a token of my appreciation." He casually took out a few treasures from Huan Yu Longjuan's treasures. Xian glanced at them and was surprised. 7-star lamp grass, disillusionment cloud smoke leaf, blood jade moonstone. These are all rare treasures in the outside world. Brother Su's wealth really puts me to shame. The eyes of the armored man, who was next to him, became heated. He was extremely surprised, and the way he looked at Su Yu changed greatly. When she came back to her senses, she quickly waved her hand and refused. "Brother Su saved my life. 10 pieces of godstones are nothing. Moreover, the value of these 3 world spiritual treasures is far more than 10 divine stones." "Take it," Su Yu said. Xian refused again and again. She had no choice but to accept. Her face was full of shame. She thought for a moment and said, "How about this? I have some connections here, and I can exchange these natural treasures for divine stones. I'll return the rest to you." Seeing that Su Yu was about to refuse, Xian said sternly, "Brother Su, please don't say any more. I understand the principle of repaying a debt of gratitude." "All right." Su Yu reluctantly agreed. "Then I'll have to trouble Miss Z to make the trip." ZXAN smiled sweetly. Just call me ZXN. If I have offended you in any way before, I hope Big Brother Su will not take it to heart. Along the way, she had not treated Suyu well. It was only after Suyu had saved them and helped them escape from the volcano that their impression of him changed. It's just a trifling matter, so I didn't take it to heart. Su, you didn't take it to heart. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased up, ZXAN said, then find a place to stay first. I'll come find you after the exchange. Suyu replied without hesitation, all right. When I came here just now, I saw a training cavern for sale. It just so happens that I need to train in isolation for a period of time. The armored man also said, I also need to train in isolation. After the battle with the Wu brothers, I gained some enlightenment. After bidding farewell to ZXN, Suyu and ZXAN arrived at the Nature Upper Residence. After paying the fee, they immediately began to train in isolation. He took out a few formation flags to ensure that the outside world couldn't disturb him. Then, a dim light flickered between his fingers, and the 3 flavors fire spirit appeared in front of him. Resembling a fox, it struggled slowly, as if it had sensed danger. After a brief examination, Suyu discovered that there was a talisman seal under its belly. It must have been the Wu brothers' doing. No wonder it moves so slowly and has no offensive power. He couldn't help but be surprised. Although the 3 flavors fire spirit had low spiritual intelligence, it still had its instincts. In addition, it was at the realm of an emperor, so both its escaping and offensive power were extraordinary. If the Wu brothers hadn't subdued this beast first, it would have taken a lot of effort to capture it. Using his transparent eye, he scanned the 3 flavors fire spirit's body and immediately discovered a triangular fiery red crystal on its belly. That was the absolute fire crystal. According to the ancient records, only 1/3 of the mature 3 flavors fire spirit's absolute fire crystal was needed to neutralize the Yin property impurities in the Fu Luo earth core. However, because of the high value of the absolute fire crystal, the 3 flavors fire spirit was usually killed to extract the complete absolute fire crystal. After a moment of silence, Suyu murmured, "It's not easy to cultivate a spirit with a flame. I'll take 1/3 of your absolute fire crystal and let you live." As soon as he finished speaking, he used the power of space to cut off 1/3 of the absolute fire crystal from its body through its belly. At the same time, he took out a brocade box from the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Inside, it was a fiery antler ginseng. This was also one of Huan Yulongjuan's treasured collections. It was a very rare fire property spiritual treasure and was exceptionally precious. Consider it my compensation. Suyu undid the restraints on the 3 flavors fire spirit and threw the fiery antler ginseng in front of it. After undoing the restraints, the 3 flavors fire spirit turned into a fiery red remnant line and escaped into the ground. The fiery antler ginseng was nowhere to be seen. With a smile, the ring on Suyu's finger flickered with a dim light, and dozens of brocade boxes and a silver box appeared. The Fu Luo earth core and many other auxiliary materials were all there. With a sizzling sound, raging flames burst forth from his palm. Shortly after, he threw the Fu Luo earth core, the absolute fire crystal, and a few other auxiliary materials into it. Layers of Yin property black smoke rose from the flames, and before long, it filled the entire secret chamber. It was pungent and unpleasant to the nose. Suyu remained expressionless and continued to roast it. After a whole month, the black smoke emitted from the flames became extremely weak. At the moment, a thin layer of black smoke had accumulated in the secret chamber, and it was emitting wisps of cold Yin energy. These were the impurities hidden in the Fu Luo earth core. If he had swallowed it directly, it would not have been as easy to get rid of it. Whoosh! Suyu's cheeks were pale, but his expression was filled with deep joy. He stared unblinkingly at the crystal-clear, bluish-green, crystal spiritual liquid in his palm. After spending a whole month, he had finally succeeded. He opened his mouth and swallowed. The crystal spiritual liquid entered his lungs, and a spicy sensation rushed straight to his brain. However, the warm feeling in his abdomen made Suyu feel extremely comfortable. The divine energy that had gathered in his inner mansion was quickly filled with the crystal spiritual liquid, and it surged in all directions in the market. Baihichu accompanied ZXAN to a certain place in the market. ZXAN's expression was ugly, and anxiety was faintly discernible. Didn't you say that the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce has a good reputation? How could something like the wasted divine stones happen? Baihichu frowned. ZXAN's face was full of resentment. It's not a matter of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce's reputation. It's just that enemies often cross paths, and they did something to it. Baihichu was silent. If it was my own spiritual item that was swapped, it would be fine. However, it was Brother Su's. How can I explain this to him? I can only ask Brother Bai to help me seek justice. ZXIN's face was full of pleading. Baihichu nodded. Mr. Su saved my life. I can't just sit back and do nothing about his matter. As the two of them spoke, they arrived in front of a high-class shop that purchased and sold materials. That's him. ZXIN pointed at the shop's shopkeeper, who was chatting with a customer with a smile. The shopkeeper was only 30 years old, and he was exceptionally young. However, he was eloquent, and he talked incessantly about a treasured artifact that hadn't been sold for years. Baihichu strode over with a bag of dark, gray divine stones in his hand, and he slammed it on the table. He glared at the customer, and the murderous aura he exuded scared the customer, who immediately walked out. Seeing that he had lost his business, the young shopkeeper glared at the two of them. Then he glanced at ZXAN and raised his eyebrows. You again? I've already said that we won't take responsibility if you leave the counter after you count the divine stones. Don't you understand the rules? This woman had come here once to seek justice, but she was beaten and chased out by the powerhouses in the shop. That was why she found Baihichu, who had just come out of seclusion, to seek justice together with her. Is tampering with divine stones also a tradition of your shop? Baihichu snorted coldly. The young shopkeeper glanced at him. The cultivation level of a half-step sovereign realm made his pupils shrink slightly. However, as a member of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, he had seen countless powerhouses. Why would he be afraid of a half-step sovereign realm expert? The young shopkeeper grinned and sneered. As the old saying goes, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. If you think that you can bully us with your martial strength, then you've come to the wrong place. Baihichu's expression was cold, and he said calmly, Is that so? I'd like to see if the martial strength of your shop is as powerful as your mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped his palm and took out a shining, golden token. The words, You the Great, were engraved on the front, and the words Imperial Guard Baihichu were engraved on the bottom. The young shopkeeper's expression suddenly froze when he saw this token. His expression was uncertain. People from the Dayu Empire. The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce was now a black market, and the Dayu Empire could not wait to suppress it. Provoking people from the Empire was undoubtedly asking for trouble. If the higher-ups knew that he had offended someone from the Empire, the consequences would be unimaginable. If you don't give us an explanation today, I won't leave. He revealed his identity. Who would dare to visit him if he stood there? It should be known that most of the customers who came here were sneaky. You. The young shopkeeper was furious. He said, All right, please wait a moment. I'm just a small shopkeeper, and I can't make the decision. I need to ask my boss for help. ZXIN let out a breath of turbid air as she watched him leave. She then raised her eyebrows slightly. Big Brother Bai, it was the boss of this shop who ordered the exchange of god stones. This person is very sinister. You must be careful. Baihichu nodded with a calm expression. Not long after, A fair-skinned middle-aged man in a snow-white cloak walked out of the back of the shop at a moderate pace. His facial features were soft, and he looked very gentle and elegant. He glanced at the two of them, and his gaze fell on Z. He smiled faintly. "So, it's Miss Z from the Purple Cloud Palace. Long time no see." Chapter 1795. The elegant middle-aged man was calm and composed, with a gentle and elegant smile on his face. "Miss Z, you seem to have a deep prejudice against me. Why don't you come in and have a drink and listen to my explanation for you?" "Humph." ZXN squinted at him. "I don't want to listen to your nonsense. I'm here for one thing, and that is to return my Godstone." Baihichu, who was at the side, remained calm and collected, standing in the middle of the entrance, like a Vajra Buddha. The few guests who were planning to enter immediately turned and left when they saw this posture. A trace of darkness flashed in the elegant, middle-aged man's eyes, but he acted as if nothing had happened. He smiled and said, "The shopkeeper has already told me about your matter. This concerns the reputation of the Million Treasure Hall. I dare not be careless, so I asked the law enforcement elder of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce for help. Miss Z doesn't trust me, but you should trust the law enforcement elder, right? 90% of the businesses of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce were controlled by themselves. Only a few businesses would be controlled by outsiders because of personal relationships. For example, the Million Treasure Hall had received help from the elegant, middle-aged man's family when the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce expanded its territory. In exchange, the family could obtain the management rights of several shops in the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. There were many similar shops. In order to ensure the reputation of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce established the Law Enforcement Hall to strictly supervise these shops. Once something damaged the reputation of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, the management rights would be revoked immediately. The punishment was quite severe. The law enforcement elder was under the jurisdiction of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce and had always been fair. ZXAN was relieved. She humphed and waited for the law enforcement elder to come. About 10 minutes later, a calm middle-aged man with a blonde face entered the shop. The middle-aged man immediately stood up to welcome him. "Greetings, elderly." Elderly glanced at him and went straight to the seat of honor. He sat down and asked, "Why did you call me here?" The middle-aged man showed a helpless expression. "This is what happened. Miss Z sold 3 kinds of materials in our shop, but then she came back and slandered us for giving fake godstones. She made trouble again and again. We had no choice but to ask Elderly to help us." In a few words, he had slandered ZXIN and the others as the culprits. Elderly nodded slightly and looked at ZXIN. "If the godstone is counted in person, we will not be responsible if it leaves the cabinet. Have you counted it in person?" ZXIN nodded. "Yes, I did, but the godstones were tampered with, so I couldn't see anything wrong with them at the time. It was only after inspection that I realized they were all wasted godstones." She was also overly confident in her own connections, so when she was introduced to the Myriad Treasure Hall, she did not investigate the background of this hall, and thus fell into the trap. "Bring me the wasted godstone," Elderly said in a deep voice. Once this matter was verified, it would seriously affect the reputation of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. They could not be careless. After receiving the pouch, Elderly scanned it with his eyes. Indeed, all of them were dull and lifeless. They were all discarded godstones that had been used before. There was no value in them at all. He took one out at random and threw a hexagonal sieve at the same time. The sieve kept spinning, and each side shot out a ray of light that enveloped the abandoned godstone. There was no reaction on the surface of the godstone, even after all 6 rays of light shone on it. Elderly raised his head and looked at ZXAN with a deep gaze. His tone was slightly cold as he said, "There are no traces of tampering on the divine stone." "I am not lying." ZXIN took out her 6-star black stone. "With my status, there is no need for me, to swindle a mere 100 godstones, right? Seeing the 6-star black stone, Elder Lee's gaze softened slightly. Distinguished guests who had attained the 6-star black stone had to spend an astronomical amount of godstones in the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Such distinguished guests were all people of high status, so there was indeed no need for them to cause trouble for 100 godstones. He could not help but frown as he looked at the middle-aged man with the surname Wynne. Over the years, the affiliated shops had been rather well behaved under the supervision of the law enforcement elder. However, there were more or less some shady dealings. The elders' hearts were as clear as a mirror, but they did not have evidence. The middle-aged man with the surname Wynne did not change his expression and said, "To be honest, Miss C and I are old acquaintances, and she has many prejudices against me. This time, when she found out that my myriad treasure haul had come to the Diu Empire, she specially came to cause trouble, which made me feel extremely helpless. In addition, as far as I know, her 6-star black stone is not her own, but it came from someone else. I do not know if she used this item to swindle people." Elder Lee raised his eyebrows as he looked at ZXN. His expression became calm again, neither warm nor cold. Standing up, Elder Lee returned the wasted godstone to ZXN and said, "If Miss C has evidence, I will enforce the law strictly and deprive the myriad treasure haul of its reputation. But if you do not, please leave. Disturbing the order of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce will affect your VIP rating." He put his hands behind his back and stared at ZXN. ZXN was furious and was about to reason with him, but she was pulled away by the armored man and left the myriad treasure haul. As expected, Baihichu had expected this. If the other party was timid, he might be able to get his godstone back by threatening him. However, if he was not afraid, there was no hope of getting his godstone back without any evidence. The middle-aged man with the surname Wynne seemed elegant, but he was actually treacherous. He was not someone who could be frightened by threats. What should we do? ZXIN was not willing to give up. Baihichu sighed and said, "What can we do? We can only report to young Master Su." Since things had come to this, they could only rob him. However, they needed help from the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, so it was not appropriate for them to cause trouble. Secondly, robbing him would be exactly what the middle-aged man wanted. ZXN bit her lips and said, "I caused the loss. I will find a way to compensate Brother Su." However, where could she find 130 low-grade godstones in such a short amount of time? "Haha, Miss C, although you did not manage to extort money from the myriad treasure haul, I will reluctantly give you one for your help." The middle-aged man with the surname Wynne took out a godstone and threw it at the door. He then turned around and left with a smile. "Keep it well, I will not see you out." ZXIN was furious. Her face was gloomy, and she walked into the crowd without looking at the godstone. When she returned to the training room, Suyu was still in seclusion. She heaved a sigh of relief, but immediately became distressed. 2 months had passed. There were only 3 to 5 days left of the 3-month agreement with the white-browed old man. Baihichu and ZXN were waiting anxiously outside. At this moment, loud bangs could be heard from the training room behind them. A wave of chaotic divine energy gathered above the training room from all directions. Then, like a whale being swallowed, it was swallowed by an invisible force. Immediately after, a beam of energy penetrated the secret room, giving off an extraordinary spiritual pressure. "Peak Overlord?" Baihichu's eyes flashed. ZXIN was shocked. His cultivation 3 months ago did not show any obvious signs of a breakthrough. I did not expect him to break through so quickly. As the two of them were still in shock, the stone door opened and a silver-haired young man in a plain robe and crystal crown stepped out. His eyes were bright and reserved, and the surface of his body reflected the crystal light. His whole body gave off a heavy sense of pressure. "Mr. Su, Brother Su." The two of them greeted him. Suyu smiled. "Sorry, I did not expect my seclusion to last so long. I have made you wait for so long." Baihichu said, "Mister, you are too kind. The 3-month deadline is not up yet. How can you say that it has been a long wait?" Zixian looked hesitant and guilty. After a while she said, "I am sorry, Brother Su. I have messed up the matter of exchanging the materials for the godstones." Su Yu was stunned, and he recalled what she was talking about after a while. "Haha, it does not matter. Those materials were originally given to you. You can keep them for yourself if you can't get them." Su Yu waved his hand indifferently. It was just 3 types of spiritual treasure materials. The more indifferent he seemed, the more guilty Zixian felt. So she told him the truth. After hearing the whole story, he frowned. "Forget it. It is just a few materials. They are not worth much." Although Su Yu was a little displeased, he was too lazy to make trouble for a few things. As he said that, Zixian and Baihichu looked at each other and smiled helplessly. He was indeed rich and overbearing. He did not want materials worth hundreds of godstones, just like that. "By the way, it is rare for me to come to the black market. I would like to buy some books about the civilizations of the other worlds. Miss Z, please lead the way." Ever since he learned about the existence of the Dark Star civilization, the Tai Chi civilization, and even the Zodiac Palace, so you had been particularly interested in extraterrestrial civilizations. Zixian smiled. "Leave it to this little sister. This little sister is very familiar with the black market." Under her guidance, they soon arrived at a shop that specialized in selling all kinds of ancient books. Compared to the other shops, the ancient bookshop was much quieter. "Brother Su, if you want to understand the basic information about the civilizations of the other worlds, I suggest you read the 9 volumes of the Star Region. It has detailed descriptions of everything from the circulation of money to the introduction of the various races. If you are interested in the various forces, I suggest you read the Journey of the 10,000 Realms. It is very helpful for you to understand the distribution of the forces of the civilizations of the other worlds. Apart from that, there are many cultivation techniques of the other civilizations here. Sometimes you can find something good by chance." "Really?" Su Yu and Baihichu were quite interested. After taking down the 9 volumes of the Star Region and the Journey of the 10,000 Realms, they browsed through the cultivation techniques of the various races. These had been translated into the common language of the Star Region, so anyone could understand them. After a brief glance, Su Yu did not find many high-level cultivation techniques. Even if there were, the shop would not sell them easily. However, Baihichu and Zixian found 1 or 2 books that were beneficial to them. They immediately took them down happily. The 3 of them each had their own gains, so they went to the counter to trade. "Miss Z, please pay for me again. I will give you the corresponding resources later." Zixian smiled sweetly. "You can count on me." Shopkeeper, 3 cultivation techniques, and a few volumes of geography books. "How many divine stones do they cost?" Zixian asked. The shopkeeper was over 80 years old and had white hair. His face was full of indifference. He was concentrating on registering something. When he heard Zixian, he raised his head. When he saw Zixian, his face fell. "I'm not selling." Zixian was stunned. "Then why do you open a shop?" "Humph." Shopkeeper sneered. "If others come in, I will naturally welcome them. But you? Humph. I can't afford to do business with you. Old man, make yourself clear." Zixian said angrily. Shopkeeper sneered. "The news of you extorting the 1,000 treasure haul has already spread throughout the black market. You even invited the law enforcement elder here. My shop is small and insignificant, so I can't afford to be intimidated by the law enforcement elder. So, you should leave as far as you can. I dare not accept your business. Am I clear now?" Zixian's pupils shrank, and her face turned red. Her whole body was trembling, and her fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Chapter 1796. The most hateful thing was that he was the one who had invited the deacon elder over, but in the end, he had turned it into her using the deacon elder to threaten him. Baihichu said in a deep voice, "Shopkeeper, please listen to me. The truth is," the white-haired innkeeper raised his eyebrows. "The facts are clear. There's no need for an accomplice like you to explain. Hurry up and leave. I can't afford to entertain all of you." Baihichu was also infuriated. It seemed that the middle-aged man surnamed Wen was quite popular in the black market and had a good reputation. His and ZXIN's infamy had probably spread throughout the entire black market. "I'm going to settle the score with that bastard." ZXIN was furious. She had just walked out of the door when Suyu pulled her back. Turning her head, ZXIN's eyes were red as she sobbed, "I'm sorry, Big Brother Su. I've caused you to be unable to buy the book. I'm going to settle the score with the win now. I won't be accompanying you for now." What kind of result will you get if you go like this? No matter how ZXIN struggled, it was as if her wrist was clamped by a pair of iron pincers. "Then I'll make him so ashamed that the entire black market knows his true colors." ZXIN hated the other party to the bone. Shaking his head, Suyu said, "You will be the one who will be ashamed and unable to show your face. The last time you asked for justice, it was already proven." ZXIN stiffened. Yes, without any evidence, no one would believe her. Instead, they would think that she was the one who was being unreasonable. At that time, they would be criticized and even punished by the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce for disturbing the order of civilization. Who would be the one who would be ashamed? But he's gone too far. ZXIN stamped her foot, unable to suppress the frustration in her heart. Suyu let go of her and looked into the distance. "It's indeed a little overboard. I didn't want to pay attention to him at first." Their expressions changed slightly. ZXIN's face was full of worry. "Brother Su, do you plan to seek justice? Are you going to use force?" With Suyu's shocking display of helplessness, he might really be able to inflict some damage on the Million Treasure Hall. "There is no need for that." Suyu shook his head. "This is the territory of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, after all. You won't be able to gain anything by force." "Then what does Brother Su plan to do?" "The one surnamed Wen is a cunning old fox. Ordinary methods are useless against him." ZXIN knew very well how difficult it was to deal with this person. Suyu laughed playfully. "I will give him a taste of his own medicine." Million Treasure Hall. The middle-aged man with the surname Wen was leisurely sipping tea in the unique courtyard. The young shopkeeper was sitting opposite him with a smile. "Second uncle, those 3 treasures of heaven and earth have already been dealt with. No matter how that girl surnamed Z makes a fuss, it's of no use." The young shopkeeper was his nephew. The middle-aged man smiled contemptuously. "You're just a silly little girl. Even if those things are still in my hands, what can you do to me?" "That's true. With second uncle's methods, playing with that little girl is like playing with a child. I'm sure she's still in the dark about why her godstone was switched." The young shopkeeper's eyes flickered with a faint yellow light. A faintly discernible illusion inadvertently leaked out. Never in her wildest dreams would she have imagined that it wasn't a problem with the discarded divine stones. Instead, she had fallen for my illusions from the very beginning. Under my illusions, I gave her a bag of discarded divine stones, but what she saw were intact divine stones. That's why no matter how the disciplinary elder examined the discarded divine stones, he couldn't find any traces of tampering on them, the young shopkeeper said proudly. The middle-aged man with the surname Wen's expression changed. He looked around vigilantly and glared at the shopkeeper. "Why aren't you putting them away?" The young shopkeeper angrily wiped away the illusions that had leaked out. The middle-aged man with the surname Wen's expression relaxed slightly. He looked more serious. "So far, we've received many good things in the Du Empire. How is it? Have you found a buyer?" "Hee, second uncle, are you still worried about me? I've already contacted large shops in several civilizations, and they're all willing to accept this batch of goods." Only then did the middle-aged man with the surname Wen show a hint of relief, as expected of a civilization that hasn't been developed. We've gained a lot by following the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce here. This is the result of operating in the black market, in concealment. If the Dayu Empire allows us to do business openly, who knows how many good things we can buy. The young shopkeeper also felt elated. He sneered. We followed the merchant alliance here, and the old fellows in the clan looked at us with disdain. I'm afraid they're waiting to see us make a fool of ourselves. Now, if they know that the Dayu Empire is so rich in resources, it'll be too late for regrets. I can't wait to see their wonderful expressions when we return with so many treasures. Hearing this, the middle-aged man with the surname Wen's lips curled into a mocking smile. In a few days, we can ship this batch of goods back, so we have to be even more careful during this period. Don't be careless. I know. The uncle and nephew talked and did not notice that a huge eye was quietly hiding in the depths of the starry sky. Boss, shopkeeper, there's a distinguished guest. A fat, middle-aged shopkeeper reported with a face full of joy. The young shopkeeper raised his eyebrows. How unruly. How can you be the second shopkeeper? The middle-aged man with the surname Wen waved his hand and reprimanded. Shopkeeper, Chung knows the rules better than me. Since you've come to the back hall to ask for instructions, it must be a big business. Tell me, who's the distinguished guest? The fat, middle-aged man could not suppress his joy. It's a young man. He has many treasures of unknown origin that he wants to sell. This is the list he made. Boss and shopkeeper, please take a look. He handed over a jade scroll. The middle-aged man with the surname Wen did not take it. He casually sent a wisp of divine energy into it. The jade scroll immediately projected images. There were more than 30 of them. With a sweeping glance, the calm, middle-aged man with the surname Wen suddenly sat up straight, his eyes full of surprise. The young shopkeeper was even more shocked. Hiss! This is one of the 3 great divine bamboos, the heavenly orchid silver bamboo. My God, didn't this thing disappear long ago? The middle-aged man's pupils shrank, his voice trembling. It didn't disappear. It's rumored that some Pathmaster's god realms still exist. But what is certain is that it has been lost to the outside world. It's rare to see it. Suddenly standing up, the middle-aged man said hurriedly, Lead the way. I'll personally receive this person. In the main hall, Suyu was playing with the ornaments on the table with a calm expression. From afar, the middle-aged man with the surname Wen walked over with a face full of smiles. He cupped his fists and said, Please forgive me for not coming out to greet our distinguished guest. Suyu returned the greeting without any change in expression. It's all right. The middle-aged man sat down, his face full of smiles. Bring out the best spiritual tea in the hall. The young shopkeeper, personally, poured the tea. It was fragrant, an extremely high-grade spiritual tea. He carefully sized up Suyu, his eyes full of surprise. Suyu was younger than him, but his cultivation level was that of a peak overlord. But for some reason, he felt that Suyu looked a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. A strange expression flashed in his eyes. I am the owner of the 1,000 Treasure Hall, Wen Qingyu. How should I address you? The middle-aged man was also sizing up Suyu in surprise. With such potential, Suyu should not have no background. My surname is Yu. Su, you casually made up a surname. I believe the shopkeeper has already told you what I want to sell. What do you think? Wen Qingyu's eyes flashed. May I ask, Mr. Yu, there are so many shops in the Dayu Empire. Why did you choose the black market? Suyu leisurely took a sip of tea, calmly saying, I have a special reason to not let this item appear in the open market. Do you understand? Understood. How could he not understand? Naturally, it was an item of unknown origin. It was inconvenient to sell it in the open market. Only the black market would dare to sell it. Then why did you choose my shop? There are many shops in the black market that purchase spiritual herbs like mine. When Qingyu probed, this person was unusually cautious, not letting his guard down just because it was a big deal. Suyu said, I have just arrived here and am not familiar with any of the shops. But I heard that there was a case of a customer extorting a shop. I just found out about the existence of the 1,000 Treasure Hall, so I came to take a look. That made sense. Many customers had rushed over because of this matter, but when Qingyu was not at ease, he smiled to see, Could you let me take a look at that item? Of course. Suyu casually took out an exquisite jade box about half the length of a person. Sealed within it was a piece of heavenly orchid, silver bamboo. When Qingyu's eyes burned with excitement, it was the heavenly orchid silver bamboo. He could feel that this was a big deal, bigger than any deal he had made in the past 5 years. If it was done properly, the value of this item could very well exceed his earnings in the past year. A sliver of greed involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Suyu gently pressed down with his finger and pulled the jade box back into his storage space. So state your price. When Qingyu's eyes darted around as he stared at Suyu's expression. Although this item is precious, its age is a little low. I'll take it for 1,000 divine stones. The young shopkeeper beside him also held his breath, secretly impressed. Second uncle actually dared to offer a price as low as 1,000 divine stones for such a high-quality, heavenly orchid silver bamboo? Even if he offered 10,000 divine stones, there would be people fighting for it. As the two watched closely, Suyu nodded slightly, causing the uncle and nephew's hearts to pound wildly. But the next moment, Suyu put away the jade box and said, Okay, I'll remember the price offered by the 1,000 Treasure Hall. I'll go to the other shops to take a look. If the 1,000 Treasure Hall offers a higher price, I'll definitely come back to trade. As he spoke, he stood up and cupped his fists. Sorry for disturbing you, I'll take my leave. Hey, wait. When Qingyu was caught off guard and hurriedly called out to Suyu. Boss, what's the matter? Suyu stopped in his tracks and asked. When Qingyu rolled his eyes, If you think the price is too low, we can negotiate again. Waving his hand, Suyu said there's no need. I like to sell things at a fixed price. I'll trade with whoever offers the highest price. Goodbye. With that, he stepped out of the 1,000 Treasure Hall. When Qingyu was filled with regret. If he really went to inquire, the price offered by any of the shops would be more than 1,000 divine stones. He hurriedly said, Donglai, quickly follow him and find out what the other shops are offering. As long as it doesn't exceed 10,000 divine stones, we'll add another 1,000 crystals to the insured price of the other shops. The young shopkeeper was even more anxious than when Qingyu. He slipped out like a wisp of smoke to follow Suyu. Suyu seemed to be looking around blankly, but the corners of his mouth inadvertently curled up. Chapter 1797. When Donglai was perturbed as he followed Suyu to shop after shop. Every time Suyu left, he could not wait to bribe the shopkeeper and ask for the price. Fortunately, the shops in the black market were familiar with each other, and most of the shopkeepers were hired. They were easy to bribe, and it was not difficult to ask for the price. Seeing that Suyu received a higher price with every shop he went to, when Donglai became more anxious. Even more anxious, many shops like the 1,000 Treasure Hall had sent people to follow him, eyeing this rare treasure. He could not help but complain that his second uncle was too greedy to offer such a low price, causing him to lose his competitive edge. He followed Suyu closely, and when he left a luxurious shop, when Donglai heard that the price had reached 9,000 divine stones. The next target of the other party was Miaoqing Heaven, which belonged to the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Miaoqing Heaven usually only sold goods and rarely purchased goods from the outside world. Everything they purchased was of the highest quality, and the price they offered was recognized as the highest in the industry. If he really went to Miaoqing Heaven, he would definitely be purchased, and the price offered would be more than 10,000 divine stones. In his anxiety, he leaped forward and stopped Suyu, smiling apologetically. Mr. Su, please wait. You are. Suyu thought carefully before recognizing him. Mister, you are forgetful. You have just left our 1,000 Treasure Hall. And you immediately forgot me, he said. Su Yu creased his brows. I went to several material shops in a row and got mixed up. What advice do you have for stopping me? Seeing Su Yu's displeased expression, Wen Donglai hurriedly apologized. Mr. Su, it's like this. Our boss thought about it and felt that Mr. Su's choice of the 1,000 treasure haul on your first visit to the black market showed your sincerity. Hence, our boss offered another 10,000 divine stones. What do you think? The difference was tenfold. Su Yu secretly sneered. He was not an ignorant youth. How could he not know the value of the heavenly orchid, silver bamboo? Wen Qingyu had the nerve to offer 1,000 divine stones. He pretended to be thinking, and there was a slight change in his expression. A few figures dressed as shopkeepers appeared, looking anxious like Wen Donglai. The Heaven Treasure Hall offers 11,000 divine stones. Mr. Su, the Heaven Treasure Hall is the most sincere. Wait, the owner of the Moon Chasing Pavilion has just sent a new order. He's willing to befriend young Master Su with 12,000 godstones. What a coincidence! The manager of the dazzling pavilion would like to befriend Lord Su. He is willing to pay 15,000 godstones for this spiritual treasure. 15,000 celestial stones. The other two shops could not help but feel uncertain. There were many branches of the pavilion of delicacy, and they had a wide network of connections. Through strong advertising, they would most likely be able to sell the heavenly orchid, silver bamboo, for 15,000 celestial stones at a higher price. However, the same could not be said for the two shops. If they were not careful, the item would be destroyed in their hands. Wen Donglai was even more dispirited when he heard this. 15,000 divine stones. Such a large sum was comparable to the expenses of the Myriad Treasure Hall for an entire year and a half. It was unknown whether it could be sold for a higher price. He had no choice but to contact his second uncle urgently. In the Myriad Treasure Hall, Wen Qingyu, who was pacing back and forth nervously with his hands clasped behind his back, was frowning, and his usual calmness was nowhere to be seen. Why hasn't there been any news? The more Wen Qingyu thought about it, the more he felt that the heavenly orchid, silver bamboo, had great potential. Which of the 3 divine bamboos used to refine divine weapons wasn't a divine item that emperors would fight to the death for? If he could find a good buyer, he could even sell it for tens of thousands of divine stones. Beep beep, the jade pendant suddenly rang. Wen Qingyu's heart tightened, and he immediately looked at it. His face darkened. The pavilion of delicacy. Wen Qingyu was annoyed. His offer of 10,000 divine stones was nothing in front of the other party's 15,000 divine stones. He gritted his teeth and said decisively, 16,000? No, it's up to you. I'll buy it within 30,000. Wen Donglai, who received the message, gasped. 30,000 divine stones was equivalent to more than half of their harvest in the Diyu dynasty. However, with a limit of 30,000 divine stones, Wen Donglai was much more confident. He sneered, You want to befriend Lord Su with just 15,000 divine stones? The Myriad Treasure Hall will take 20,000 divine stones. The 3 shopkeepers were all shocked. 20,000, such a large sum of godstones, was beyond their expectations. The remaining 2 shopkeepers moved their lips, but they couldn't increase the price due to their authority. The shopkeeper of the Pavilion of Delicacy, who had received the instruction of the head shopkeeper, said coldly, 25,000 divine stones. What? Wen Donglai was shocked. The Pavilion of Delicacy dared to ask for such a high price? It seemed that the value of this item was far beyond their initial expectations. The Pavilion of Delicacy had a way of estimating rare treasures, second only to Miao Qingtian. They were sure that there must be a reason for such a high price. 30,000. Wen Donglai threw out an astronomical figure, and his heart trembled. It was the first time in his life that he made such a huge transaction. The Myriad Treasure Hall will definitely take this item. No matter how much the Pavilion of Delicacy offers, The Myriad Treasure Hall will add another 5,000. He added without permission, giving the shopkeeper a huge psychological pressure. The deputy shopkeeper of the Pavilion of Delicacy, who was already hesitant, couldn't help but feel guilty when he heard the last sentence. His face flickered with uncertainty for a moment, and he snorted angrily. I didn't expect the Myriad Treasure Hall to have such a solid foundation despite its low profile. His words made Wendonglai feel like flying, but he knew in his heart that he was putting on a show. 30,000 divine stones was almost half of the Myriad Treasure Hall's assets. All right, I won't fight for the price, but Mr. Su, the Pavilion of Delicacy, still hopes to make friends with Mr. Su. Why don't you drop by later when you are free? The deputy shopkeeper was extremely enthusiastic. The remaining 2 shopkeepers, seeing that they couldn't compete, gave up and expressed their goodwill to Suyu. He nodded in response to each of them and watched them leave. Wendonglai was a little excited. Mr. Su, why don't we go back to the Myriad Treasure Hall now? Suyu pondered for a moment, looked at Miao Qingtian, who was not far away, and sighed. All right, 30,000 divine stones. There is no need to continue asking. With that, Wendonglai heaved a sigh of relief and eagerly led the way to invite Suyu back. Wen Qingyu went out to greet Suyu, much more enthusiastic than when he first arrived. The group sat inside, and Suyu once again took out the jade box. Skipping the formalities, he said directly, I've already wasted a lot of time asking all the big shopkeepers, so I won't say much. Let's trade according to the boss's price. Wen Qingyu also wanted to complete the transaction as soon as possible, lest undue delays lead to more trouble. Donglai, head to the treasure house quickly and gather 30,000 divine stones. He carefully took out a giant 2-foot-long key. It contained an astonishing spell power. Su Yu's eyes swept over it, and he couldn't help but be slightly shocked. Judging from the fluctuations of the spell, it could at least defend against the attack of a 1-crown divine warrior. Even if a 2-crown divine warrior wanted to break through the spell, it wouldn't be easy. The Myriad Treasure Hall had been in business for many years, and it understood that the safety of space storage devices was very low, far inferior to the spell. If all the goods were stored in the storage space, wouldn't Wen Qingyu, with his half-step divine warrior cultivation, be easily robbed of everything if he was attacked by a divine warrior? It was better to store it in the spell, and no divine warrior would be able to come and take it without worry. When Donglai took the key and looked at Wen Qingyu with a strange look in his eyes. Sensing the look, Wen Qingyu knew what he meant. He was asking if he should use the same trick again, using an illusion technique to give the discarded, fake divine stones. Wen Qingyu was a little tempted. He was extremely reluctant to part with 30,000 divine stones. But after calmly thinking about it, he lightly shook his head, indicating not to do so. Firstly, it hadn't been long since the incident with ZXN. If something similar happened again, even a fool would suspect the Myriad Treasure Hall. Secondly, this item had already caused an uproar in the black market, and it was really not a good idea to cause trouble. As for the third reason, Su Yu's cultivation level was high at such a young age, and he could even take out such a precious divine bamboo. When Qingyu couldn't quite figure out his background, and he was a little wary. Wen Donglai nodded, and only returned after a full hour. He opened the storage ring, and 21 bags filled half of the inner hall. Mr. Su, please have a look. So you opened them one by one and checked them. The first 20 bags each contained 1,000 divine stones. That was 20,000 divine stones in total. But the last bag only contained 100 divine stones. The difference was that each of these 100 divine stones contained an unusually amazing divine energy, more than 100 times more than ordinary divine stones. Haha, these are the few middle-grade divine stones left in the Myriad Treasure Hall. One middle-grade divine stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade divine stones, Wen Qingyu said with a smile. Middle-grade divine stones? That was no problem. Su, you put away all the bags on the floor in one breath, then pushed the jade box over. Boss, Please check again to ensure that there are no problems with the goods. Wen Qingyu had already secretly checked more than 10 times to ensure that there were no soul marks, space powers, or other tricks. In fact, Suyu had indeed not done anything. In front of a businessman who had been immersed in business for many years, all the tricks he could think of would have been thoroughly studied by others hundreds of years ago. If that is the case, I will not stay any longer. Farewell. Suyu got up and left. Wen Qingyu also knew the reason why he left in a hurry and did not ask him to stay after a few words of greeting. Watching Suyu leave, Wen Qingyu clenched the jade box, his face full of joy. Even though it cost 30,000 divine stones, if it is done well, there may be a high profit margin. Having been in business for many years, he had an unusually keen sense of smell. You watch from the front. I will personally send this item into the treasure vault. Wen Qingyu was extremely serious. This item had cost him more than half of his 5 years of work, and he could not afford to lose even a little bit of it. An hour later, when Qingyu walked out of the secret treasure vault and looked around vigilantly, feeling both excited and apprehensive. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to sell this item at a higher price. Second uncle, come quickly. The shopkeeper of Miaoqing Heaven has come to visit. At that moment, the jade pendant on his waist flashed. When Qingyu took a look and saw that it was a message from 10 minutes ago, but because of the isolation of the treasure vault, the message had only just arrived. What are the people of Miaoqing Heaven doing here? When Qingyu could not help but be surprised. For the myriad treasure hall, Miaoqing Heaven was the leader of this trade. Unattainable, and the annual profits they generated could not be compared to 10 myriad treasure halls. Chapter 1798. However, 10 minutes had passed. The shopkeeper must have left? Beep beep, when Donglai's urgent message came. Second uncle, why aren't you here yet? She's still waiting in the outer hall. Huh. When Qingyu was surprised. He waited until now. Without further ado, he dared not offend Miao Qingtian. He immediately got up and went out. He saw a beautiful woman in revealing clothes, who still retained her charm, sitting quietly in the room. When Donglai peeked at her from time to time, his eyes full of passion. When Qingyu was also slightly startled. He knew 8 of the 9 shopkeepers of Miao Qingtian, but he had never seen this woman before. Which shopkeeper of Miao Qingtian are you? When Qingyu asked, the beautiful woman tilted her head and smiled. Her smile was captivating and made Wen Qingyu restless. He was secretly shocked. He suddenly thought of a shopkeeper whose name he had only heard of but never seen. He said in shock, could you be the shopkeeper of Miao Qingtian, the enchantress Huan? Of the 9 shopkeepers, only the shopkeeper he had never seen. However, he heard that this woman had long reached the emperor realm and was extremely proficient in illusions. Their eyes met, and he immediately realized the identity of this person. That was why he was shocked. Why did this mysterious shopkeeper suddenly come to the small hall of 1,000 treasures? One must know that even Manager Jiu, who was ranked 9th, didn't want to come here. That's me. The enchantress smiled charmingly. Wen Qingyu was so frightened that he quickly looked away to avoid falling into her trap. Servants, serve some good spiritual tea. No need. I'm in a hurry, so I'll make it short. The enchantress said directly, I heard that there was a handsome man peddling heavenly orchids, silver bamboo in the marketplace, and was moved by your offer. I wonder if he ended up in your hands. So it was because of this. He did not expect it to alarm Miao Qingtian. Yes, the transaction is complete. When Qingyu was a little vigilant, he did not understand the intention of the enchantress. The enchantress's eyes flashed. Then how much did Master Wen pay? When Qingyu became even more vigilant, he thought for a while and said, 40,000 divine stones. When Donglai almost bit his tongue, she added 10,000 in one go. The enchantress looked at Wen Donglai with a faint smile, then stared at Wen Qingyu. Then Miao Qingtian will add 10,000 divine stones to buy it. How about it? What? Wen Donglai was so excited that his heart was thumping wildly. Even though Wen Qingyu seemed to be sitting still, his whole body was stiff. There was a difference of 20,000 godstones between the buying and selling in an hour. This deal was a huge profit. Just now, he was still worried about whether this item could be sold, but in the end, all right. He almost agreed, but he quickly regained his composure. This item had actually alarmed the phantom demon. The other party clearly knew that the 1,000 treasure haul had only spent 30,000 divine stones, yet they were still willing to buy it for 50,000 divine stones. There must be an even greater profit to be gained. Does that mean owner one has agreed? There was a hint of joy in Phantom's eyes, but when Qingyu said, "What I mean is, there are naturally many people who want good things. It's not just the Phantom shopkeeper. It has already been reserved." It would be strange if he did. It had only been an hour. Where could he find such a big buyer? He was just raising the price. The enchantress was slightly displeased, but as a member of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, it was even more inappropriate for her to use threats or force to break the rules. All right then. If owner one has made up his mind, you can come to me again. The enchantress did not continue to raise the price and left immediately. She understood that when Qingyu was now using the item to raise the price and was fearless, in the end, even 80,000 divine stones might not be enough to satisfy his appetite. It was better to give him the cold shoulder for a period of time. This piece of heavenly orchid silver bamboo was so precious that she did not believe that anyone would buy it in a short period of time. As time passed, when Qingyu would become anxious and naturally take the initiative to sell it to her. Then it would be much easier to bargain. When Qingyu smiled as he sent the guest off, when he returned to the inner hall, he could not help but laugh heartily. When Donglai was also extremely excited. "Congratulations, second uncle. You've made a huge deal. Just this deal alone is worth 2 years of our hard work." "Ha ha ha, it's not just 2 years. If we operate properly, it'll be more than what we've gained in 5 years. When Qingyu was increasingly confident in his foresight, when he thought of the attitude of his clansmen when he went to the Diu Empire, he became even more spirited. "I can't wait to go back after these 5 years are up. I'll let them broaden their horizons." When Donglai's face was also filled with anticipation. The shocked faces of his clansmen involuntarily appeared in his mind. Just as the uncle and nephew were immersed in their lust, the sky gradually darkened. In a certain inn, Su Yu was motionless, like a wooden stake that had lost its vitality and lacked a soul. However, the 9-jade spiritual pearl on his arm was glowing brilliantly. "Grow faster, grow faster, grow faster." Beside the nursery, a graceful young lady dressed in colorful clothing was squatting in front of a small seedling of the blood crystal Bodhi. She propped up her snow-white chin with both hands and looked at the seedling without blinking. From time to time, she licked her lips. "When you grow up and bear fruit, I can eat you all, Waha." Suddenly, she turned her head and looked at Suyu's soul, who had appeared behind her without warning. She pouted and snorted, then turned her head away and ignored him. "Are you hungry?" Suyu laughed. "What do you think?" Xiao Dai was full of resentment. "You won't let me eat this, and you won't let me eat that. Do you really want to starve me to death? Humph! You will suffer retribution for mistreating me." As she spoke, her eyes bulged, full of resentment. Suyu rolled his eyes. "I've only starved you for a day." "So what if it's a day? There are 24 hours in a day, and 1 hour is equivalent to the time it takes for 4 joss sticks to burn. 1 joss stick is equivalent to 2 cups of tea, and 1 cup of tea is equivalent to 900 breaths. How many breaths have you starved me for?" Her face was full of resentment, as if she had been starved by Su Yu for thousands of years. Su Yu was speechless after being questioned by her. He rolled his eyes and revealed a thought-provoking look. "I starved you to help you empty your stomach because I have specially prepared a feast for you." "Really?" It was only now that Su Yu understood what it meant to turn hostile, like flipping a book. Xiao Dai, who had looked like a 1,000-year resentful spirit just a moment ago, was now beaming with joy. "Where is it? Where is it? Give it to me, quickly." Su Yu stroked her head. "I have stored it somewhere. You need to go there and eat it yourself. Oh, there is also a piece of heavenly orchid, silver bamboo there. You are very familiar with this thing, so you should be able to easily sense the location of the heavenly orchid, silver bamboo, right?" Su Yu asked. Xiao Dai sniffled. "Do you even need to ask? I grew up eating the heavenly orchid, silver bamboo. Let me out quickly, I want to eat my fill." Su Yu smiled. His soul returned to his body, and at the same time he released Xiao Dai. She sniffed the air and immediately found the scent of the heavenly orchid, silver bamboo. She ran out excitedly, looking at her receding figure. Su Yu smiled deeply and stroked the storage ring filled with divine stones. Before long, Su Yu got up and left the inn. He went to another shop to buy the 9 volumes of the Star Sector and the Journey to the 10,000 Domains. Then he returned to the cultivation abode and started reading immediately. The night passed, and the sky was getting brighter. Su Yu read with rapt attention, his eyes alternating between understanding and puzzlement. Boom! All of a sudden, the stone door, which was densely covered with defensive formations, was smashed by a monstrous force. A slender, colorful young lady stormed in angrily. "You lied to me." Su Yu looked up and saw Xiao Dai, who looked aggrieved. Frowning, Su Yu said, "Why? You didn't find it? Or were you stopped by that formation?" "I found it, but that formation was nothing. I ate it right away." Xiao Dai looked indignant. "You said there was a delicious feast inside, but apart from the heavenly orchid silver bamboo, the rest were all low-grade goods. They were not delicious at all. So you only ate the heavenly orchid silver bamboo." Su Yu frowned. This was not what he had expected. Xiao Dai said, "Of course not. I was so hungry, I would have eaten it even if it was awful." Only then did his expression ease. "Oh, how much did you have left after eating?" Blinking, Xiao Dai pointed at her own nose as if she had suffered a great humiliation. "Do you think I would waste food as shameful and hateful as that? Humph! I even licked the dregs clean." Su Yu glanced at her plump tummy and grinned evilly. He guessed that the treasury must have been empty by now. The 1,000,000 treasure hauls, many years of accumulation in the Dayu Empire, had gone down the drain overnight. Of course, the 30,000 divine stones were saved by Su Yu from Xiaojia's poisonous mouth. "Oh, no one found out, right?" Su Yu asked. Xiao Dai curled her lips. "They found out and they were very angry." Su Yu sized her up. "You weren't hurt? Hurt me? Just them? Humph! It's fine if they didn't do anything. But who asked them to be so blind? Seeing that I was so wronged and unhappy, they actually hit me. It's intolerable." Xiao Dai clenched her small fists angrily. Su Yu touched his nose. "It would be intolerable if they didn't attack you after you ate them." "Then what?" he asked. Xiaojia's face was sullen. "Then, in a fit of anger, I even ate the walls of the treasury. Oh, and that house called 1,000,000 Treasure Hall too. I didn't even leave a grain of sand for them. Ah, he only wanted Xiao Dai to eat the goods in the treasury. This had absolutely nothing to do with him." Thinking of this, Su Yu comforted her. "Those people didn't know how to appreciate favors. Really, how could they disturb your meal? Next time, don't be merciful. Eat the storage devices on them too." Xiaojia's beautiful eyes blinked. She felt like she had found a kindred spirit, and her mood improved a lot. "Haha, do I need you to tell me?" Their clothes were all eaten. Su Yu was speechless. The 1,000,000 Treasure Hall. To be exact, it was the ruins of the 1,000,000 Treasure Hall. Wen Qingyu and Wen Donglai, a pair of uncle and nephew, were huddled together under a sheet. Their bodies were covered in blood, their noses bruised and their faces swollen. They sat on the ground in a daze. Behind him was a large, empty, and clean piece of land. The ground was as clean as a silver mirror, without even a grain of sand. It was hard to imagine that 1,000,000 treasure haul that had existed for 5 years had been here before last night. Hey, for the sake of borrowing a sheet from your uncle and nephew, say something. What kind of tragedy has happened in the world? Why did everything disappear overnight? An old woman's face was full of gossip. Chapter 1799. Just then, a few people with powerful auras walked over from behind. Everyone saw that they were shopkeepers of major shops, and the one walking at the front was the head shopkeeper of Wonderful Heaven, Huan Mei. Staring at the 1,000 treasure haul that had disappeared overnight, Huan Mei was a little confused. She had heard reports that something strange had happened in the 1,000 treasure haul and was worried that the heavenly orchid, silver bamboo, had been lost. So she came over to take a look. Who would have thought that such a strange scene would appear in front of her? Looking at the stunned uncle and nephew, Huan Mei's eyes flashed, and 2 rays of light shot into their heads. Immediately, the uncle and nephew were stimulated and screamed in pain, but they also woke up from their daze. What happened? Where did the 1,000 treasure haul go? Is the heavenly orchid silver bamboo missing? Huan Mei asked bluntly. Wen Qingyu wrapped himself in the blanket, his face ashen. My clothes were eaten clean. How can I keep the heavenly orchid silver bamboo? Eaten? Who did it? Huan Mei's face darkened. The heavenly orchid silver bamboo was very important to her. Looking at the situation, it must have been done by some strange thief who knew about the heavenly orchid silver bamboo. It's a humanoid monster. When Donglai suddenly woke up and screamed in fear, Huan Mei was startled and shouted, Speak clearly, what humanoid monster? It's a female monster wearing a multicolored dress. She bit through the formation, broke into the treasury, and ate everything, not even the formation and the treasury walls. When Qingyu recalled, his face full of disbelief. After we found out, we attacked her. But not only did we not subdue her, but we also angered her, and she ate the entire 1,000 treasure haul clean. Us uncle and nephew were no exception. Not only were our storage items eaten by her, but our clothes were also eaten. Everyone was shocked. What was this monster that ate the heavens and the earth? Huan Mei also looked incredulous. She glanced at the ground that was as clean as a mirror, her face extremely gloomy. It seemed that the heavenly orchid silver bamboo had also been eaten, and it could no longer exist. It's a tragedy. The treasury was eaten clean, and we didn't even have clothes to wear. Going home is a problem. Look at what you're saying. She's been in business for many years, so she should know some friends, right? It was very easy to borrow some. Besides, even if he didn't have any friends, he could at least be a second in command, right? After all, it used to be the owner of the myriad treasure haul. No matter what, it's worth some money. The ear-piercing voices of discussion rushed into the ears of the uncle and nephew without any scruples. They didn't need to look to know that most of these people were their daily rivals, including the Linglong Pavilion and other shops that they had competed with yesterday. No matter how cunning Wen Qingyu usually was, he had no room to refute at this moment. What else could he say? 5 years of hard work went down the drain in one night. Yesterday, they were so high-spirited that they wanted their clansmen to look at them in a new light. They wanted to see the expressions of those clansmen who didn't think highly of them in the past. Who would have thought that, after one night, everything would turn upside down? It was likely that the uncle and nephew duo would be the ones who would have an interesting expression on their faces. Both of you, please restrain your grief. Please be sure to provide the complete information to the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce's Law Enforcement Hall. You might even be able to recover some of it. The enchantress comforted them. The uncle and nephew duo were extremely bitter. They had already been eaten, so how were they supposed to get it back? When Donglai stared at the enchantress and recalled the scene of this woman purchasing the heavenly orchid silver bamboo for 50,000 yesterday, he couldn't help but blame Second Uncle. If Second Uncle hadn't been so insatiably greedy, how could he have ended up like this? When Qingyu was even more ashamed to raise his head in front of the enchantress, The difference of a single thought was the difference between heaven and hell. Suddenly, when Qingyu's gaze pierced through the crowd, and he caught a glimpse of 3 figures in the market. One of them was a silver-haired man in a white robe and a crown. He had a deep impression of him. "It's him," Wen Qingyu said in surprise, but he was immediately stunned to see that Su Yu was accompanied by 2 people he wasn't unfamiliar with. "ZXIN, why is she with that Su Yu?" Wen Qingyu was stunned, but he quickly realized something. His face turned ashen, and his features twisted in anger, making him look extremely ferocious. His anger spread like an aura, causing the expressions of the onlookers to change. "They set me up." After seeing ZXIN and Suyu side by side, when Qingyu suddenly realized the appearance of the rare treasure in the 1,000 Treasure Hall was a trap for him from the start. Such a treasure did not appear in Miaoqing Heaven, but in the unknown 1,000 Treasure Hall. Thinking about it carefully, there must be something fishy. But at that time, when Qingyu's judgment was completely affected by the intense competition, so he did not think about it carefully. Now that he saw ZXIN, he finally understood. "Set me up?" Huan Mei's eyes flashed, following his gaze. The crowd along the way made way for her. Finally, her gaze fixed on the 3 people passing by. "The 3 of you set me up." When Qingyu roared, divine energy surging from his body to cover his body, he turned into a beam of light and attacked. Su Yu and the other 2, who were chatting and laughing with each other, suddenly encountered an attack. But they all looked prepared, not the slightest bit surprised. "Humph, if you want to attack Mr. Su, you'll have to get past me first." Baihichu grabbed a black blazing sun with one hand and smashed it toward the afterimage. Thump! The strong shock shocked the onlookers, causing them to flee in all directions, watching with excitement. "Haha, there's going to be a good show." Revealing his figure, Wen Qingyu did not even look at Baihichu. He stared straight at Su Yu, his eyes filled with hatred. "How dare you set me up?" As he spoke, he attacked again. Su Yu was nonchalant. "So it's Master Wen. What do you mean by that?" He glanced at the empty ruins of the 1,000 Treasure Hall and pretended to be surprised. Where's the 1,000 Treasure Hall? Could it be that Master Wen is preparing to withdraw from the black market? To withdraw so cleanly in one night, you're quite efficient. His words were like adding oil to the fire, causing Wen Qingyu's entire body to tremble. "You with the surname Su, stop putting on an act. You've destroyed my years of hard work. You and I are irreconcilable." With a low roar, Wen Qingyu attacked again. Baihichu secretly sneered. He could finally vent his pent-up frustrations for many days. With a low roar, he charged forward. The clash between the 2 half-stepped martial emperors caused a great commotion. The shock waves affected the spell near the black market, causing ripples of various sizes. Whoosh! Not long after, 3 hurried sounds pierced the sky above the black market, like black lightning descending between the 2. Thump! Thump! This person was extremely powerful. Each of his hands struck out with a palm, forcing Wen Qingyu and Baihichu, who were engaged in a fierce battle, to retreat. The 2 stared at each other with different expressions. Wen Qingyu immediately restrained his divine aura and cupped his fists respectfully. "Greetings, Elder Li." This person had blonde hair and was serious. He was the law enforcement elder of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce's Law Enforcement Hall, who had presided over justice 2 months ago. He frowned as he stared at Wen Qingyu. "You should know the rules of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce better than anyone else. Those who attack without permission and affect the order of the market will be severely punished." He took out a crystal scroll and quickly drew a few strokes on it. He coldly announced, "The Dayu Empire branch of the 1,000 Treasure Hall is disqualified." The surrounding shopkeepers were secretly shocked. The law enforcement hall was strict and did not just say that it would be disqualified. However, looking at the empty ruins of the 1,000 Treasure Hall, everyone had a strange expression. This kind of punishment was as good as nothing to the current Wen Qingyu. Wen Qingyu clenched his teeth. I'll accept the punishment from the law enforcement hall, but what about them? Elder Li looked at Bai Hichu. Who attacked first? He knew the answer from the eyes of the onlookers and coldly snorted. Since you attacked first, he was defending himself and will not be punished. Do you not know this kind of rule? Shaking his head, Wen Qingyu clenched his teeth and said, I'm talking about another matter. They set me up and caused me to lose my fortune. I beg the law enforcement hall to seek justice for me. Elder Li glanced at the 1,000 Treasure Hall, his eyes flickering with a hint of surprise. You joined the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce and will naturally be protected by the Chamber of Commerce. Tell me the details. When Qingyu embellished the story and explained the ins and outs of the matter, Elder Li looked at ZXIN and then at Su Yu, who was on good terms with ZXIN. His heart was as clear as a mirror, as long as one was not a fool. One could see that when Qingyu had indeed fallen into a trap, although he did not know what was going on with the so-called female monster, he knew that it had something to do with Su Yu. When Qingyu placed his last hope on Elder Li and pleaded, Elder Li, please seek justice for me. I was harmed by scoundrels. It doesn't matter if I suffer losses, but if I implicate the Chamber of Commerce, I will not be able to absolve myself. It seemed like he was speaking for the Chamber of Commerce, but in reality he was threatening Wen Qingyu. As a member of the Chamber of Commerce, he had been viciously framed. If the Chamber of Commerce could not seek justice for him, who would dare join the Chamber of Commerce? Elder Li frowned slightly. He knew what kind of person Wen Qingyu was. Wen Qingyu usually walked on the edge of the rules and had done many illegal things, but he did not have evidence. At this moment, he was pretending to be innocent. But as an elder of the law enforcement hall, he still had to do what he had to do. I already know what happened, but where is your evidence? Elder Li extended his hand. The law enforcement hall only looks at evidence. If you have evidence to prove that the human-shaped monster that ate your 1,000 Treasure Hall is related to this Mr. Su, I will punish you severely. When Qingyu pointed at ZXan, do I still need evidence? Elder Li saw this woman blackmail me 2 months ago. This woman must have harbored a grudge and conspired with her friend to frame me. Elder Li was unmoved, calmly looking at him. Evidence. But it was clearly him. Evidence. But enough. Elder Li coldly shouted, interrupting Wen Qingyu. Don't say anything without evidence. If you continue to slander a guest, don't blame me for punishing you. The extra punishment would affect the businesses of Wen Qingyu's family in other areas. Even though Wen Qingyu's eyes were wide open and he was so angry that he was about to spit fire, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. ZXN took a deep breath, feeling as though all the grievances of the past had been swept away. Back then, she had no evidence, so even though she knew the 1,000 Treasure Hall had deceived her, she could not seek justice. Now, seeing Wen Qingyu suffer the same grievances, her anger was finally appeased. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave, Su Yu said. Elder Li nodded. This matter has nothing to do with you. You may leave. Nodding his head slightly, Su Yu turned around and stopped in his tracks. By the way, I wonder if Elder Li has noticed that the shopkeeper of the 1,000 Treasure Hall possesses a pupil technique that is related to illusions. Chapter 1800. When Donglai was shocked. I didn't. He's talking nonsense. Wen Qingyu, who was standing on the side, broke out in a cold sweat. The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce had strict requirements for the shopkeepers. They were not allowed to cultivate the magical power of illusion to avoid deceiving the customers by relying on illusion. This was strictly forbidden. Once discovered, the lightest punishment would be expulsion from the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, and the heaviest punishment would be death. Elder Li, this person is framing us. Please don't believe him. Wen Qingyu said hurriedly. Elder Li turned a deaf ear to Wen Donglai. A dim light flashed on his fingertip, and a strange, quaint writing brush appeared in his hand. Then he pointed it at Wen Donglai's forehead. In an instant his eyes uncontrollably transformed into waves of illusory fluctuations. The surrounding shopkeepers all had keen eyesight. Their expressions couldn't help but change as they said in a low voice, "Illusion!" It is a taboo for the shopkeeper to cultivate illusion techniques. When Donglai's body went limp, and he was scared out of his wits. When Qingyu panicked and tried to explain, "Elderly, please investigate clearly." He had unintentionally cultivated the eye sorcery and did not deliberately violate the rules of the merchant union. Moreover, he had never used it to deceive the guests. Xian was taken aback at first, and then a thoughtful look appeared on her face. Suddenly she cried out involuntarily, "I understand! 2 months ago, it was you who deceived me with an illusion and gave me more than 100 abandoned godstones. I was under the illusion and mistook them for real godstones. No wonder Elder Li couldn't detect any tampering with the godstones. So that's why." Elder Li's face darkened and his eyes emitted a cold arc. "Follow me back to the law enforcement hall. There is a need to search your soul." "Ah, no. Second uncle, save me," Wen Donglai said fearfully. When he arrived at the law enforcement hall, they had 100 ways to investigate how many customers he had harmed with this method. What awaited him was probably the death penalty of the law enforcement hall. When Qingyu's expression kept changing, he couldn't even protect himself. So how could he save Wen Donglai? "Second uncle, these are all your instructions. You can't let me take the blame alone," Wen Donglai said in a moment of desperation. When Qingyu's expression changed drastically, and he slapped Wen Donglai's face without even thinking as he berated angrily, "Bastard, you're talking nonsense. You have evil intentions and deceived your superiors and subordinates. Yet you still dare to shirk responsibility? I won't forgive you." As he spoke, he sent out another palm strike. A ball of dark golden light was hidden in his palm. "Stop." Elder Li's expression changed as he tried to stop Su Mo. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. When Qingyu's palm slapped his cheek, and his head exploded like a watermelon. Instantly he was dead. When Qingyu's face was stained with blood, making him seem exceptionally bloody and cruel. With a sigh, when Qingyu said, "I'm sorry, Elderly. It's okay to teach a nephew like this. I've already executed him on the spot. I hope this will serve as a warning to others not to do anything that violates the rules of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce." Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. What a cruel and merciless Wen Qingyu. He killed his own nephew, just like that. A cold light flickered in Su Yu's eyes, and wisps of murderous intent filled his heart. He had only intended to expose Wen Donglai and cause a little more trouble for him and his nephew. Who would have thought that Wen Qingyu would be so ruthless? This kind of person might be a scourge if he was allowed to live. Their enmity was already so deep, and the other party was such a sinister and ruthless person. It seemed like he had to personally deal with him. Elder Li stared at Wen Qingyu coldly, letting out a cold grunt. "Since you are cleaning up your own house, that saves the law enforcement hall the trouble. You have been stripped of your membership in the Chamber of Commerce. You have 3 days to leave the black market, and you are not to return." When Qingyu's expression darkened, "I understand." He left the crowd in a hurry, but when he glanced at Su Yu, his eyes were filled with hatred, a hatred that was carved into his bones. The cold light in Su Yu's eyes grew deeper. This person had to die. 2 days later, when Qingyu stayed for 2 days, borrowing some money from his old friend before leaving the black market, he did not notice that a figure, whose aura was so hidden that it had almost disappeared, was tailing him all the way to the desolate Snow Lion City. Su Yu, who was tailing him, was surprised. If when Qingyu wanted to leave the Dayu Empire, the only way was to head to the Empire's border and ride a meteorite. But he was heading in the opposite direction of the border. Furthermore, when Qingyu's expression was sneaky, and he did not look like he was in a hurry. Curious, Su Yu could not help but delay his actions. secretly following the person. Several hours later, when Qingyu entered a deserted mountain villa with a vigilant look on his face, a mysterious figure appeared from within the villa, his entire body covered in a black robe, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. "You're here," the black-robed man said with a raspy voice, when Qingyu took off a storage ring, tossing it over. 10,000 divine stones. I want to use the ancient Fuyao formation. Ancient Fuyao formation. Suyu was shocked. Not long ago, he had heard the name of this item from the emperor's corpse, and now he was hearing it again. The black-robed man checked the storage ring, revealing a satisfied expression. Not bad. 10,000 divine stones. When can I use it? When Qingyu's tone was a little anxious, the black-robed man kept the ring, saying playfully, "You seem to be in a hurry." "Humph. There is no need for you to ask. Tell me, when can I use it?" The black-robed man laughed indifferently. Now, when Qingyu froze, immediately becoming cautious. "Now, from what I know, the ancient Fuyao formation requires at least 10,000 people to gather. Could it be 10,000 including me?" "Of course not," the black-robed man said indifferently. "What I mean is, I can send you to another place." As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed man's robe billowed, and 10 giant snakes formed by the power of desolation flew out from beneath his body. When Qingyu was shocked and furious. "You want to betray me?" "That's right. To tell you the truth, the ancient Fuyao formation has been filled." When Qingyu's expression changed drastically. He did not even think twice before turning to flee. But he was caught up by the 10 giant snakes before he was surrounded and torn apart, turning into a rain of blood. Suyu was shocked as he watched. The mysterious divine warrior of heaven and earth. The mysterious ancient Fuyao formation. What exactly was that? Concealing his aura, Suyu remained motionless, quietly waiting for the black-robed man to leave before quietly leaving. Returning to the black market, his mind was filled with the conversation between Wen Qingyu and the mysterious black-robed man. The words ancient Fuyao formation were deeply imprinted in his mind. 7 days later, Suyu and the others arrived at the white-browed elder's place as scheduled. Under his arrangements, they boarded a temporarily constructed giant transportation spell and were successfully transported to the outskirts of the imperial city, to another secret black market. This black market was many times larger than the black market in the Snow Lion territory. There were at least hundreds of thousands of people here, so you could not help but be secretly surprised. The power of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce was indeed frighteningly high. But time was of the essence, and Suyu had no time to linger. He immediately left the place and returned to the Princess Manor. Snow Lion Territory Black Market. In the dark law enforcement hall, when Donglai's body lay on the ground, Elder Li's palm slowly left his head, threads of soul fluorescence lingering on his palm. His face was filled with surprise. How is it? Did he use his pupil technique to deceive others many times? Sitting opposite him was an elder with white hair and a ruddy complexion. His cultivation level was extremely high, faintly at the level of a peak martial artist. Elder Li grunted. He used it 3 times, but he was very cunning. He used it 3 times in different divisions of the Chamber of Commerce, so he was not suspected, and as expected, it was Wen Qingyu who secretly instructed him to do so. The white-haired elder said indifferently, "If that's the case, Wen Qingyu got off lightly, allowing him to escape." However, Elder Li revealed a thoughtful expression and said with some hesitation, "The matter is nothing, but I discovered something else in Wen Donglai's memory." "Is it very important?" "Important, but also not important," Elder Li said. "In Wen Donglai's memory, there is a bounty list secretly circulating in the black market." The white-haired elder was not surprised. Anything could be bought in the black market, including information. There were often people posting bounty lists in the black market, asking for certain kinds of information. That Su Yu is the person on the bounty list, Elderly said in a low voice. The white-haired elder's eyes flickered. Is there something unusual about this list? The law enforcement hall would not question whether Su Yu had a bounty on him, much less Elderly. But at that moment his expression was a little strange. Yes, because the person on this list came from a place. Where? The demon realm. The white-haired elder's expression changed. Which clan in the demon realm? The Flood Dragon clan, Elderly said in a low voice. The white-haired elder gasped. How did this lad offend such an overbearing and ruthless great demon clan like the Flood Dragon clan? That we do not know, Elderly said. Fortunately, Wen Donglai's memory of this bounty list is a little fuzzy, and he did not recognize Siyu. Otherwise, he would have attracted the strong fighter of the Flood Dragon clan. The white-haired elder thought for a long time, then shook his head. We might have dodged a bullet, but Siyu might not. Even Wen Donglai has seen that bounty list. Who knows how many others in the black market have seen it? The strong fighter of the Flood Dragon clan has probably already obtained the information he wants and is chasing after him. Elderly nodded, his expression relaxing. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with the black market, as long as he does not attract the Flood Dragon clan. At the princess's mansion, Emperor Wu Hin and Princess Ru Chen praised Ziexien and Baihichu, bestowing them with a considerable amount of resources. The two of them felt that this trip had been worthwhile. After sending them away, Princess Ru Chen complained, "Why did you only return now? Aunt and I were so worried. We thought you had run away after obtaining the absolute fire crystal." Su Yu's lips twitched. This princess was really straightforward. Ru Chen. Emperor Wu Hin rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He smiled bitterly at Su Yu. Ru Chen is young, and she speaks without thinking. Mr. Su, please do not mind her. We were just very worried about your safety. We did not know that you had been gone for such a long time. Could something have happened along the way? Su Yu nodded and roughly explained the sequence of events. However, he covered up all of his secrets. If that is the case, Mr. Su did not die. Emperor Wu Hin was shocked to learn of the appearance of the Wu La brothers, as well as the poison-using emperor. Princess Ru Chen also patted her bulging chest. Thank goodness, thank goodness. If you had met with misfortune, I would have been in trouble. Su Yu's eyes flickered, and he said seriously, Both of you, the Dao reign will be held soon. Shouldn't we be frank? Chapter 1801. Emperor Wu Hen's expression turned serious. The giggling Princess Rukin's eyes, which seemed to be ignorant of worldly affairs, also flickered with a hidden depth. The atmosphere became much heavier. Could it be that the two of you want me to do something shady? Su Yu could not help but laugh. Emperor Wu Hen looked at Su Yu solemnly and sighed. Now that things have come to this, I can only tell you. Do you still remember the contents of our agreement? Su Yu's eyes flashed. Of course he remembered. In exchange for giving Su Yu a first-class area of Daorain, Su Yu would help Princess Rukin fight for the position of Crown Prince. However, he did not specify what they wanted Su Yu to help them with. Our Dayu Empire's decision to appoint a Crown Prince is never based on who has the most supporters. It's also not something that the Emperor of the Dayu Empire can decide at will. Instead, it has to go through the competition for karmic luck since ancient times. And what we want you to do is to help Princess Rukin seize destiny. Emperor Wu Hen's words were clear. Su Yu's expression was calm, not surprised. The contest will take place in the secret realm of the Dayu Empire, the Dayu Ruins. The nation's destiny is scattered there. Mr. Su, please enter it to collect the nation's destiny and hand it over to Princess Rukin. The Dayu Ruins? Su Yu thought about it and nodded slowly. Since I have agreed, I will not go back on my word. Please tell me the details of the ruins. Emperor Wu Hen's face lit up and his tone changed. The selection of the crown prince will only take place after the Dao rain descends, so there is no hurry. However, I will need to explain to Mr. Su about the Dao rain. Su Yu's expression turned serious. Hadn't he come to the Diu Empire for the Dao rain? Emperor, please explain. Only members of the royal family could enter the first-class area of Dao Rain's blessing, and there would be a strict test upon entry. There was no way to bluff your way through. Emperor Wu Hen stared at Su Yu, his lips curling into a thoughtful smile. Mr. Su, do you have the time to become the 6th prince of the Diu Empire? The Diu Empire had only 5 princes and 1 princess. There was no 6th prince. He immediately understood what he meant and frowned. You want me to pretend to be a fake prince? Emperor Wu Hen chuckled. Not a fake prince, but a real prince. Our Diu Empire does have a 6th prince. There was actually such a thing. There were only 5 princes in the world. In the past, when the king Dongfang Xia was patrolling the borders, he had a one-night stand with a concubine who was conferred the title of king, pregnant with the seed of a dragon, and gave birth to it. This matter involved the face of the royal family, so the news was strictly sealed. The world did not know that there was such a prince, and the royal family did not recognize the 6th prince's position. Su Yu clicked his tongue. The monarch had laid his hands on the woman who had been conferred the title of king. This was a great humiliation to the king. Was the monarch not worried that the king would hold a grudge and raise his troops to rebel? A few years ago, Dongfang Xia was looking for an opportunity to break through to the 3 crowns emperor stage. He was worried that he would not be able to pass the gate of life and death, so he hoped that he would regret it all his life. Just like that, he remembered the 6th prince that he had almost forgotten. The words of a dying man are kind. It was probably because of this mentality. Unfortunately, Dongfang Xia sent someone from the royal family to welcome the 6th prince. Unfortunately, it was Princess Rukin and I who personally led the team. Emperor Wu Hen's lips curled up. Unfortunately, the 6th prince happened to be out training. Su Yu raised his brows. The matter did not end just like that. We waited for several months, but the 6th prince still did not return. This made me suspicious, Emperor Wu Hen said. But just as we were about to report it to the king, the 6th prince suddenly returned. Everyone could tell that there was something fishy going on. The identity of the 6th prince was somewhat suspicious. We used the royal family's special testing technique on the 6th prince, and it was indeed found that he was of Dongfang Xia's bloodline. There was no doubt about it. Emperor Wu Hen said something that surprised Su Yu. I had thought that the matter had ended there, but I never expected that on the way back to the imperial city, the 6th prince would suddenly die. After careful inspection, we found that there was a mysterious crystal filled with the blood of the royal family embedded in his body. It was this item that provided the royal blood that allowed him to avoid the inspection. It turned out that the real 6th prince had died unexpectedly when he was young due to cultivation deviation. However, he was worried that the monarch would be furious, so he kept it a secret. Only a few people knew about this. Emperor Wu Hen said meaningfully, So, you should understand how panicked the king must have been when we returned to his fief. It would have been fine if he had merely failed to protect Dongfang Xia's dragon seed, but attempting to use a fake dragon seed to deceive the monarch was a capital offense. The king begged me for a long time, promising me many benefits, and even agreeing to support Princess Rukin. He asked me to help him hide the truth. Emperor Wu Hen took out a crystal, which was filled with traces of dark red blood essence. Looking at Su Yu, she pursed her lips and smiled. I also told the monarch the truth. The 6th prince is traveling outside and has yet to return. Staring at the blood essence in her hand, Su Yu's expression was as calm as still water. So, you want me to pretend to be the 6th prince? You are not pretending. Emperor Wu Hen's eyes were deep. You are the 6th prince. In this world, apart from us and the king, who else knows that the sixth prince is actually dead? If we say you are the sixth prince, then you are. It seemed like a bold plan, but after careful consideration, it seemed like it could be carried out. The king would not dare expose Suyu, and Emperor Wu Hen wanted Suyu's support, so she would not expose him either. However, there was only one thing to consider. To be honest, I have offended many people. If I show myself as the sixth prince, I believe I will attract a lot of attention, and no one will be able to recognize me, Suyu said honestly. However, Emperor Wu Hen's face was calm and composed. You are the sixth prince of the empire. No one can doubt you, unless someone has witnessed your entire life from the moment you were born. Suyu's eyes narrowed. Indeed, so what if King Baywin and the Corpse clan recognized him? He was the sixth prince, and he was traveling at that time. What right did they have to doubt him? As long as he could survive the identity test, who could doubt him? It seems like you agree. These are the information about the king. Read them carefully and don't miss out on any details, Emperor Wu Hen said. Suyu took it, flipped through it casually, and shook his head slightly. It's not enough. I need more details. Since he was going to disguise himself, he had to disguise himself thoroughly. Emperor Wu Hen was a little surprised. Suyu's cautiousness was unexpected. However, the more cautious he was, the better it was for them. I will contact the king immediately. When you are done, get ready to meet your father. There was less than a month before the first rain. For the rest of the time, Suyu carefully read through all kinds of information, not just about the king, but also about the appearance of the servants in the king's mansion and even their eating habits. Half a month later, Suyu spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He had understood everything that needed to be understood. Even if someone from the king's mansion came in person, he would be able to answer them fluently. How is it? Emperor Wu Hen looked at Suyu, who was calm and composed. Suyu nodded. I am ready. Good. I will inform the royal family immediately. The sixth prince has returned. If nothing goes wrong, Dongfang Xia will meet you in person soon. Emperor Wu Hen was a little nervous. Such deceitful behavior would be a great crime if it was found out. Suyu was also a little worried. He had seen the terror of the three-crowned king with his own eyes. He could not be sure if the three-crowned king would see through him. Once he was seen through, he would not be able to escape from the three-crowned king. The two of them bid farewell with heavy hearts. Emperor Wu Hen reported the matter to the royal family. 5 days later, Emperor Wu Hen came to Suyu's room with a mixture of joy and worry. Do you want to hear the good news or the bad news? Emperor Wu Hen looked a little uncertain. Okay. The good news is that you do not have to meet Dongfang Xia. 2 months ago, a fire dragon at the level of the two-crowned king appeared in the empire. It wreaked havoc in all the feudal lands, capturing the kings and devouring their blood and souls. One of the 3 great two-crowned kings, the Grey-Robed King, was seriously injured and only managed to escape to the Soul Crystal. This dragon is too powerful. Dongfang Xia personally led 2 great two-crowned kings to hunt it down. He will not be back for a while. Suyu's eyebrows rose with joy, and he heaved a long sigh of relief. However, where did the fire dragon of the two-crowned king come from? To be able to seriously injure the Grey-Robed King, who was also a two-crowned king, meant that its strength had probably reached the peak of the two-crowned king. You are extraordinarily lucky. Emperor Wu Hen could not contain his joy, but he immediately frowned. You do not have to meet Dongfang Xia, but you cannot avoid having your bloodline tested. Suyu said, since the special methods of the royal family that you used the other day could not detect any problems, there should be no risk in this trip. Emperor Wu Hen's frown deepened. I am not worried about the test. What I am worried about is that during the test, all the children of the royal family will be present to observe, including the eldest prince, Dongfang Wudi. This was not the first time Suyu had heard of this person. He was the only one among the younger generation of the entire Diu Empire who was as famous as Bei Wangqin. This person is overbearing and ruthless. If he is present, I am afraid there will be complications. Emperor Wu Hen's face was filled with worry. So you did not care. He said calmly, don't worry. As long as Dongfang Xia does not come personally, I can solve any problems on my own. Emperor Wu Hen smiled in relief. I am really relieved that you are so confident. Fortunately, Princess Rukin will be accompanying you on this trip. If necessary, she can mediate for you. The day of the bloodline test was set for the next day. However, what surprised Emperor Wu Hen and Su Yu was that not only would the children of the royal family be present to observe the test, but the representatives of the 10 great kings were also invited to witness it. The 10 great kings were naturally unable to attend the test personally. However, when the Dao reign came, they had sent their descendants to the imperial city. Therefore, they had come as representatives of the 10 great kings to observe. When he learned about this, Su Yu could not help but feel uneasy. Chapter 1802. But on second thought, so what if they recognized him? Just as Emperor Wu Hen had said, he was the 6th prince who was traveling outside. As long as he passed the bloodline test, no one would question his identity as the 6th prince. The next morning, the eunuch of the imperial palace delivered the princes clothes tailored for the 6th prince. A moment later, Su Yu was dressed in a yellow robe with a 4-dragon collar, a jade belt around his waist, and a pair of gold-embroidered leather boots. Soft silver hair covered his back, and a crystal crown made him look even more dazzling. Emperor Wu Hen's eyes flashed with amazement as he stared at Su Yu's unusually handsome face and calm demeanor. He praised sincerely, I have to say, you are more like a prince than the 5 princes. Especially your temperament. I don't believe you are faking it. Su Yu had been the leader of many forces many times, and he had even been crowned a king himself. In terms of temperament, the 5 princes could not compare to Su Yu. If that's the case, there's a higher chance. Emperor Wu Hen's lips curled into a smile of anticipation. Outside the house, Princess Rukin urged impatiently, Are you done? I'm coming in. Without waiting for a response, she pushed the door open and entered. What she saw was a luxurious, yellow-robed youth that she almost did not recognize. His handsome features, complemented by the luxurious clothes, looked like he had been reborn. She stared at him dumbly for a moment, then gasped in surprise. Haven't you changed a little too much? Su Yu smiled faintly and said, Sister, why don't you go with me? Regaining her composure, Princess Rukin smiled playfully. All right, brother. She came to Su Yu's side like a little bird, reached out to grab his arm, and gracefully accompanied Su Yu out of the house. Su Yu's body stiffened slightly, and his eyes glanced down. Although Princess Rukin was young, she had matured. The soft pressure from his arm made him uncomfortable. Moreover, whether it was intentional or not, she kept rubbing against him, constantly provoking his nerves. Su Yu subconsciously pulled his hand away, but Princess Rukin looked at him with a faint smile. Brother, what's wrong? We are brother and sister. What are you upset about? Smacking his lips, Su Yu put down his hand and let her hug him tightly. At this moment, a mischievous voice whispered into his ears. You weren't this serious when you tried to assassinate Fantasy Moon Langjun. Hearing this, Su Yu could not help but roll his eyes at her. In return, she smiled mischievously. Su Yu was slightly startled and could not help but ponder. This woman was confused for a moment, but in the next moment, she gave off an unfathomable feeling. It was really strange. Ever since they got to know each other, he could clearly feel that this woman had 2 personalities. It felt like he was interacting with 2 different people at the same time. However, this thought disappeared in a flash. He followed Princess Rukin into the inner residence of the royal palace. The bloodline test was conducted by the inner imperial clan court, which was formed by members of the royal family and eunuchs trusted by the monarch. The outside world had yet to hear any news of the bloodline test, but the imperial palace was already in an uproar. Everyone knew that the king's illegitimate son had returned. The implication was not only that the imperial family had one more prince, but more importantly, there was one more contender for the throne. At the critical moment when the crown prince was about to be crowned, the sixth prince had appeared out of nowhere. It was really thought-provoking. Along the way, the imperial guards, maids, and eunuchs all bowed to him in reverence. The illusion of being revered by tens of thousands of people could easily make one feel intoxicated. Princess Rukin's crystal-clear eyes glanced at his expression, and she could not help but be secretly surprised. Ordinary people would show an unnatural expression in front of such a scene, and even some emperors were no exception. It was rare for Suyu to have such a temperament at such a young age. An hour later, they passed through most of the imperial palace and arrived at the imperial clan court. At the moment, the imperial clan court was heavily guarded. The entrance hall, the courtyard walls, and the sky were all guarded by powerful imperial guards. There was also a powerful formation that sealed off the entire imperial clan court. Without permission, no one was allowed to enter or leave. Even the transmission of information was blocked off by the formation. It was obvious that the imperial family valued this test very much. Before the results were obtained, no information was allowed to be leaked. "Greetings, Princess." The imperial guards outside the door respectfully made way. Their shouts alarmed everyone in the residence, and they all looked over in surprise. When they glanced over at Princess Rukin, they were all stunned. Dong Fangxia only had one daughter, but she was extraordinarily beautiful and had great potential. She had long since become the dream lover of many princes in the imperial city. Of course, they could not ignore the unfamiliar young man who was holding Princess Rukin's arm intimately. Hints of unfriendliness appeared, but when they saw his attire, the unfriendliness disappeared and was replaced by surprise and curiosity. "Haha, isn't this my sister?" A loud, deafening voice came from within the imperial clan court. The crowd automatically made way for a wide path, and 5 young men dressed in yellow robes with coiled dragons appeared. Every one of them had at least the shocking cultivation of a peak overlord. Coupled with their noble statuses, the 5 of them had an unstoppable aura. Suyu suddenly felt a great pressure pressing down on him, forcing him to retreat. He revealed a slight smile. It seemed that his brothers were not very friendly, and they were deliberately trying to intimidate him. Unfortunately, even the emperors could not suppress him with their auras, let alone the few of them. He remained motionless, not even lifting the sleeves of his yellow robe. His entire being was like a stabilizing force in the midst of a tsunami. A faintly discernible divine energy circulated around the surface of his body, easily withstanding all the pressure. The cultivation of a peak overlord. This illegitimate son's cultivation is unfathomable. He is younger than his brothers, but his cultivation is catching up to theirs. It seems like the rumors that he has been training outside all year round are true. Haha, this is going to be a good show. The 5 princes had different expressions, but most of them were unaffected. They looked at their sister and ignored Suyu. Only the 5th prince looked at Suyu in surprise, his eyes flashing. "Greetings, my brothers!" Princess Rukin greeted them with a smile. The 5 princes welcomed her personally, chatting enthusiastically. They were quite friendly toward this sister, unlike the vigilance they had toward their other brothers. Suyu looked on coldly from the sidelines. He could not help but find it funny. They were friendly because they felt that Princess Rukin posed the least threat. Unfortunately, what they did not expect was that the seemingly harmless Princess Rukin was actually also coveting the throne and had secretly made arrangements for it. As they conversed, Princess Rukin returned to her silly and muddle-headed appearance. She did not seem shrewd at all. After a while, one of the princes finally saw Suyu. He looked him up and down in surprise. Could this be the son that you have found that seems to be my father's? The other 4 princes looked over as well, seemingly led by the prince who had spoken. Su Yu observed this person for a while. He was slightly older, looking like he was nearing his 30s. His sideburns were white, and there were strands of white hair in between his hair. He looked like he had turned white before he became old, but his eyes were dark green, and when he looked at people, it was as if he could see through them. What surprised Su Yu the most was that his cultivation was at the martial emperor realm. This person's identity was easy to guess. Yes, eldest brother. He is my 6th brother. Princess Rukin clung onto Su Yu's arm affectionately. He was the renowned king of the Dayu Empire, Dongfang Wudi. The first prince smiled at Su Yu to show his friendliness, but he did not say a word. In his eyes, Su Yu could see the hidden disdain. Or rather, it was not completely hidden. Regardless of status or cultivation, Dongfang Wudi was no match for the first prince. It was normal for him to be disdainful. The other princes merely nodded and did not say a word. Since you are here, let us begin the examination. If you pass, our royal family will have one more person, the first prince announced expressionlessly. The representatives of the 10 great feudal lands did not have the time to take a closer look at Su Yu's appearance. They followed the princes and princesses into the manor. A few members of the royal family and the eunuchs trusted by the monarch waited in front of a giant gold-plated vat with a dragon carved on it. It was as tall as 2 men. The surface of the vat was carved with complicated patterns, and a lifelike dragon was wrapped around the patterns. Before we confirm your identity, we will temporarily call you Mr. Dongfang, the eunuch appointed by the monarch said with a long yawn. The eunuch appointed by the monarch was exceptionally old. His face was wrinkled and drooped, as if he was about to fall asleep. He let out a long yawn as he spoke. Su Yu said that should be the case. The old eunuch looked at the members of the royal family and said amiably, Imperial Uncle Qin, Princess Zhao, Empress Li, if you do not have any questions, shall I begin the examination? The 3 members of the royal family had been invited to be witnesses. If there was no need, they would naturally not be nosy enough to question Su Yu. If they angered him, and he was really a member of the royal family, wouldn't he hate them out of jealousy? Eunuch Chao, please begin. Eunuch Chao looked at Su Yu with a smile. With a smile, his drowsy eyes looked as if they were about to close. Mr. Dongfang, please enter the dragon vat. Su Yu looked at Princess Rukin. After receiving her nod, he leaped into the vat without a change in expression. Following which, Eunuch Chao came before the dragon vat and pressed his palm on it. Mr. Dongfang, this dragon vat is a secret treasure of the empire. It is specially made to examine one's bloodline. I will now activate this treasure. You should also activate your divine energy to stimulate the circulation of your bloodline. If you have the bloodline of the Dongfang royal family, the dragon vat will react. The carved dragon will emit a purple glow. Mr. Dongfang, do you understand? Or do you have any questions? Su Yu had already heard Emperor Wuhan explain the dragon vat in detail. He had an idea. I will begin activating my bloodline. As he spoke, he immediately activated the divine energy in his body and secretly activated a shred of the blood essence of the Dongfang royal family hidden in his body. The blood essence spread along with the divine energy to his limbs and bones, flowing through his meridians. At this moment, everyone present stared intently at the dragon diagram on the dragon vat. Whether the diagram reacted or not was the only proof of Su Yu's identity. Time passed slowly. 10 breaths had passed, and the dragon diagram was still silent. There was no change. Princess Rukin had a smile on her face. She looked relaxed, but in fact her heart was in her throat. Although there was no problem in theory, who knew if there would be a sudden change? Seeing that there was still no change in the dragon diagram as time passed, her heart gradually sank. The surrounding people began to whisper among themselves. That's not right. If he has the bloodline of the royal family, There should be a change within 10 breaths. 20 breaths have passed, but there is still no change. Could he be an imposter? I don't think so. He was brought back by Princess Rookin herself. If he is an imposter, Princess Rookin will inevitably be punished for the crime of deceiving the emperor. The faces of the 3 members of the royal family began to turn solemn. Impersonating a prince was a grave crime. They could not afford to let their guard down. The princes who were watching closely also had different expressions on their faces. Chapter 1803. The entire spell immediately entered the highest level of defense. Princess Rookin's heart sank, her heart thumping wildly. Her mind was filled with the terrifying consequences of failing the test. Roar! At that moment, the dragon drawing on the dragon that suddenly seemed to come alive, letting out a loud dragon roar. At the same time, the entire body of the dragon shone with a purple light. The light shot into the sky, illuminating half of the palace. Princess Rookin heaved a sigh of relief at the sight, calming her nerves. She realized that her back was drenched in cold sweat, soaking her dress. Shocked, she hurriedly used her divine energy to evaporate the sweat, regaining her composure. What she did not know was that this scene had been witnessed by someone with ulterior motives. The expressions of the 5 princes darkened, hints of gloom appearing on their faces. On the other hand, the 3 members of the royal family were relieved. It was a false alarm. Seeing the purple light, Eunuch Chow withdrew his hand expressionlessly. His body bowed at a 90-degree angle, and he shouted forcefully, "Greetings, 6th Prince!" "Greetings, 6th Prince!" The representatives of the fiefs, who had come to observe, also bowed. The imperial guards outside the manor withdrew their battle stances, kneeling on one knee and shouting in unison, "Greetings, 6th Prince!" Swoosh! A yellow-robed figure flew out of the dragon vat, floating casually beside Princess Rookin. His face was calm, without the slightest hint of panic. Princess Rookin pinched Suyu's arm angrily, muttering softly, "Be **starred, you're fine, but you almost scared me to death." Suyu smiled, looking around at the crowd. His tumultuous emotions quickly calmed down. He did not know if it was because he had too little blood essence, but the result could not be determined. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. Fortunately, it was all over. However, just as Suyu had this thought, his heart thumped violently. He scanned the crowd and actually met a pair of shocked and doubtful eyes. It was none other than the north-facing Pearl, whom he had captured in the past. She opened her eyes wide, looking at Suyu without blinking. When she noticed that Suyu was also looking at her in surprise, she was certain that she had not misjudged him. "Suyu, it's you!" The north-facing Pearl screamed, breaking the harmonious atmosphere. The 5 princes who had already turned around and were about to leave were all startled. They turned around and sized up the north-facing Pearl. The expressions of the royal relatives stiffened, and they also examined the north-facing Pearl. Eunuch Chai's yellowish eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, and he said to the north-gazing Pearl, "Princess Baewang, the person standing in front of you is the 6th prince of the Dayu Empire. What do you mean by calling him Suyu?" The north-gazing Pearl walked out of the crowd and stared at Suyu. He then shook his head and said, "I won't mistake him for someone else. Even if he turns into ashes, I will still recognize him. He is Suyu." What? It was rumored that this son was also addressed by the Dongfang surname in the mansion of the king. Where did Su Yu's name come from? This was a matter of great importance. Everyone present became solemn. The 3 royal relatives walked over and looked at the north-gazing Pearl. "You mean that the 6th prince in front of us is a fake?" The north-gazing Pearl blurted out, "Yes, he is Suyu, not the 6th prince. I can guarantee this with my honor." Everyone's expression changed, and they all looked at the relatives of the emperor and Eunuch Chow. If this matter was not handled well, the emperor would be enraged. Who would dare to speak carelessly at this moment? The three royal relatives cleverly shut their mouths and looked at Eunuch Chow without blinking. Eunuch Chai's lips twitched, and he cursed the three old foxes in his heart. He also wanted to pretend to be deaf and mute, but he was, after all, personally appointed by the emperor. He was the leader of this test. Only he could step forward. Eunuch Chow said seriously, "Princess Beiwang, it is not that I suspect you, but I have no proof. Do you have any evidence? Or can you find a witness?" Where was the evidence from? The north-gazing Pearl had never thought that Su Yu would not hide after stealing the Diyu Empire's cauldron. Why would he gather evidence in advance? Why would he not hide? I do not have any evidence, but I have seen him at a remote civilization called the Sea of Constellations. The north-gazing Pearl almost revealed that he had stolen the cauldron. Eunuch Chow frowned and looked at Su Yu. "Do you have anything to say about what the north-gazing Pearl said?" Swish! Pairs of eyes were focused on Su Yu. If he did not have enough answers, his fate could be imagined. "I do know the north-gazing Pearl. Yes, due to some misunderstandings, she was once my captive." Su Yu was calm. Hearing this, everyone could not help but look at the two of them playfully. Captive? The north-gazing Pearl was famous for her beauty. She had been captured by Su Yu without his knowledge. They did not know if she, the first prince's, dark green eyes flashed, and a hint of sternness appeared. At that time I was training in the civilization of the Sea of Constellations. To avoid being plotted against, I hid my identity and traveled the void as Su Yu. Su Yu said confidently, "I did not expect to reunite with the north-gazing Pearl today with this identity." The word fate really makes one sigh. He was certain that the north-gazing Pearl would not dare to reveal the matter of the north-gazing Pearl being stolen. Otherwise he would be finished. But how good would the north-gazing Pearl be? Hearing this, everyone came to a sudden realization. Indeed, this person was rumored to have been traveling for many years. It was not impossible for him to appear in the remote civilization of the Sea of Constellations. Eunuch Chow looked at the north-gazing Pearl and frowned. "North-gazing Pearl, did you misunderstand the sixth prince? After all, the bloodline test cannot be faked." The north-gazing Pearl bit her lips tightly. From the way she had interacted with Su Yu, he didn't even seem like a stranger to the Diyu Empire, let alone a prince. He needed her to carry Xiaolang's head in order to enter the yellow contribution list and gain more time to survive. He could not be a prince. But what made the north-gazing Pearl despair was that this matter involved the north-gazing Pearl, so it was not convenient to say it out loud. After struggling for a while, she stared at Su Yu unwillingly, swallowed her anger, and said, "Maybe I misunderstood." Hearing this, many people felt relieved. Damn, I was scared to death. I thought there was going to be chaos. Who said it wasn't? If it was a fake prince, the implications would be frightening. However, just as they heaved a sigh of relief, an unquestionable voice was heard. "Wait, this concerns the bloodline of the royal family. Since there are suspicions, we should not end it hastily." Looking toward the source of the voice, the first prince walked over with large strides. The aura of a ruler enveloped the entire area, suppressing the hearts of everyone present. The atmosphere suddenly became much heavier. Princess Rukin clenched her fists. As expected, the first prince had come to stir up trouble. Before one wave had subsided, another wave had arisen. Su Yu turned around and looked at him indifferently, not the least bit affected by his aura. "Does the first prince have any advice?" The eldest prince didn't hide his suspicions at all. He stared at Miao Yi and said, "I once went hunting with the Northern Dipper, conferred king in his fief. He said that you were traveling in the north, while the civilization in the Sea of Constellations was in the south." He observed Su Yu's expression closely, trying to find some clues. Unfortunately, Su Yu's face was calm. He put his hands behind his back and laughed. The first prince went hunting with my father in your dreams, didn't you? My father's right index finger has a chronic disease. It is not suitable for him to exert force. How could he have gone hunting? The crowd could not help but whisper among themselves. It was the first time they had heard of the North Star King's right index finger having a chronic disease. The first prince's gaze flickered. Maybe I remembered wrongly, but the direction of your travels cannot be faked. I remember now. It was the third housekeeper of the North Star Manor who said that. Huh. So you laughed. The first prince is the third housekeeper, the one with the half-moon birthmark on his neck? If it is him, I can only regretfully tell you that the third housekeeper retired many years ago. As for how many years ago, he should have left the North Star Manor before the first prince was born. Hearing his reply, the crowd looked at each other in dismay. A fake prince could understand the people of the North Star Manor in such detail? He even knew the details of the servants like the back of his hand. Humph! The first prince let out a cold grunt and became silent. The onlookers then realized that the first prince was testing Suyu. Isn't there a representative from the North Star Manor here? Wouldn't it be more direct to invite him over for a face-to-face confrontation? Eunuch Chow said with a glint in his eyes. That's right. The representatives of the 10 Great Manor were all here, and the North Star Manor was no exception. The first prince swept his cold gaze across the crowd. I remember that the person who came is the first prince of the North Star Manor. North Star Cloud Pulse, right? That's me. A cold and arrogant voice echoed from an inconspicuous corner of the crowd. It was a young man in a silver robe, carrying a sword with a cold expression. His whole body emitted an icy aura that kept people at a distance, and no one dared to approach him. He stood alone, indifferently replying to the first prince. What do you want to ask? The first prince creased his brows. There were not many people who dared to speak to him in such a manner. Even though the other party was a half-martial artist, the first prince did not take him seriously. Let me ask you, is he your younger brother, Dongfang Yu? Yes. North Star Cloud Pulse replied without hesitation. This question resolved everyone's doubts. Since the North Star Manor's representative had confirmed it, what else was there to doubt? But the first prince did not give up. Then, has he gone to the Sea of Constellations to train? Yes. When? How many people accompanied him? 2 years ago alone. The first prince looked toward the North Star Pearl. She nodded and his expression sank. Now that things had come to this, there should be no flaws in his identity. Princess Ru Qin heaved a sigh of relief. That was close. Luckily, Suyu was careful and had asked for all the detailed information about the North Star Manor and the King's Mansion. Otherwise, with the rough information they had prepared, they might have been defeated. But at this moment, another discordant voice of doubt rang out. If he is really a prince, may I ask, Royal Sister, why were you so nervous during the dragon bat test? So nervous that you broke out in a cold sweat? Princess Ru Chen stiffened, turning her head to look at the man in the yellow robe who had spoken. He had short hair and a skinny figure, emitting a sharp aura. His eyes were as sharp as a cheetah's. Chapter 1804. This explanation was reasonable. The fifth prince let out a cold grunt. How do you explain the dragon vat, which should have produced results in 10 breaths, taking only 20 breaths to produce results? His question hit the nail on the head that everyone had overlooked. Every newborn of the royal bloodline would be sent to the dragon vat for testing. Usually, the results would be produced within 10 breaths. This was the first time it had taken longer than 20 breaths. Princess Ru Chen's heart skipped a beat. She hated the meddlesome fifth prince, but her face was filled with displeasure. Why are you asking me? Ask the dragon vat. The fifth prince's sharp eyes stared at Suyu. My intuition tells me that there is something wrong with your identity. Suyu let out a laugh. My intuition also tells me that in order to have one less competitor, You will do anything to slander me. Fifth brother, the fight for the position of crown prince has yet to begin. Why are you in such a hurry to destroy each other? Don't try to quibble. The fifth prince's expression changed. The fight for the position of crown prince was inevitable, but the princes present had a tacit understanding not to mention it. After Su Yu brought it up, the atmosphere between the princes became more subtle. Eunuch Chao creased his brows and said in a low voice, "Fifth prince, if you have evidence, you can show it to me. Otherwise, please be careful with your words and actions, lest you anger the emperor." His words contained a hint of warning. As the emperor's most trusted eunuch, Eunuch Chao's words carried some weight. Haha, the fifth prince's wild ambition is obvious. He wants to push aside the newly emerged sixth prince so quickly. I think all the princes think the same way. However, the fifth prince's methods are the worst. Look at the first prince. He keeps silent without any evidence. The fifth prince, on the other hand, says that he's relying on his intuition without any evidence. That's right. I'm still relying on my intuition. What if the fifth prince wants to rebel? Will the monarch behead him because of this? Ha ha ha. The crowd communicated privately, so outsiders naturally could not hear them. But their mocking gazes toward the fifth prince had betrayed them. The fifth prince felt humiliated. He let out an angry grunt. Fine, then I'll invite my father. What? Su Yu's heart shook violently when he heard this. His bloodline cheating technique might be able to fool the testing treasure, but it might not be able to fool Dongfang Xia. If he really came, it would be terrible. However, wasn't Dongfang Xia chasing after the double-crowned fire dragon? Did he suddenly come back? The rest of the people were also shocked. The king had come in person? The prince's eyes flickered as if they had understood something. The fifth prince took out a jade thumb ring that he wore close to his body. The thumb ring was ancient and exuded an ancient aura. However, it contained incomparably powerful fluctuations. Su Yu could not be more familiar with that ripple. It was the ripple unique to the three-crowned divine warrior. However, Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief. It did not seem like Dongfang Xia had come in person. Instead, it seemed like Dongfang Xia had used some special method to allow him to project himself from a distance. After all, the projection was not the real body, so it might not be able to see through Su Yu. The fifth prince laughed coldly as he looked at Su Yu and Princess Rukin. Just you wait. After saying those words, he crushed it. The tyrannical ripples of the three-crowned emperor instantly surged out, enveloping the entire imperial city. All living beings involuntarily trembled. The spectators were the same, and they were unable to suppress the fear in their hearts. The fluctuations of radiation spread out, and once again condensed into a mighty and extraordinary armored monarch. He sat alone on a throne, his expression dignified. His eyes were filled with a divine light that looked down on all living beings. Facing this person, everyone who was close to him could not help but kneel. Only a few people could stand up straight. Hunger, is there any danger? He was the rumored Dongfang Xia, a legendary being who had just become a three-crowned divine warrior. He swept his gaze across the entire area, but did not discover any danger. The thumb ring was a life-saving treasure that he had bestowed upon every prince. At a critical moment, it could summon his projection to eliminate enemies who threatened the Dongfang royal family. The fifth prince, Dongfang Hong, said sternly, "I am not in danger, but a suspicious person has infiltrated the Dongfang royal family. The royal family is in danger." "Who?" Dongfang Xia asked. All the living beings in the imperial city felt as if their chests had been ruthlessly hammered, their hearts aching. The fifth prince had a mocking smile as he pointed at Su Yu from afar. "It's him, the one who pretended to be my father's son." Dongfang Xia's gaze swept over, causing the space around him to fluctuate violently. Under his gaze, Su Yu felt as if he was being suppressed by the heavens. His breathing stifled. His gaze measured Su Yu from head to toe, as if he could see through Suyu. At this moment, Suyu and Princess Rukin both held their breaths. Whether or not they could get away with this depended on this moment. Suyu desperately revolved the little remaining royal blood in his body, leaving nothing behind. After looking for a moment, Dongfang Xia's gaze suddenly softened, revealing a smile. Although his blood is weak and impure, he is indeed a member of the Dongfang royal family. He clenched his fist, and an indescribable object was pulled out of Su Yu's body. A colorful ball of air the size of a thumb appeared above his head. The rest of the people were confused. Could this colorful ball of air prove his identity? Only the 5 princes' expressions changed completely. Princess Rukin's jaw dropped. Great waves surged in her heart. That's impossible, right? The unique fortune of the royal family? Dongfang Xia loosened his grip, and the fortune returned to his body. Bloodlines can be faked, but the unique fortune of the royal family cannot be faked, Dongfang Xia said. Su Yu's expression was calm, but he was secretly relieved. Back when he had obtained the Beixin royal cauldron, Su Yu had used it to cultivate. Although he had not absorbed the fortune of the nation, his Golden Flames forbidden wooden sword had absorbed quite a bit. The Golden Flames forbidden wooden sword was connected to his mind, and some of the absorbed fortune of the nation had entered Su Yu's body. That was how he had survived. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dongfang Xia looked at the 5th prince coldly. You would rather use your life-saving ring to ostracize your brother? Hunger, you have disappointed me. Since you have used up the ring so easily, good luck if you encounter any danger in the future. In other words, he would not reward him with an additional ring. Hearing this, the 5th prince's expression changed drastically, and a deep sense of regret welled up in his heart. His gaze toward Su Yu was filled with deep hatred. I am out hunting a fire dragon. If I succeed, I will retrieve its dragon pearl and give it to you as repayment for your years of hardship. The dragon pearl of the double-crowned Emperor Real Dragon? Everyone present was shocked. There were only a few such precious items in the entire Diu Empire, and now it was being given to the 6th prince. In an instant, the gazes of the 5 princes toward Su Yu became complicated. Jealousy, vigilance, and murderous intent surged. Their father's attitude toward the 6th prince had put them on high alert. Su Yu smiled bitterly. They had really caused him trouble. Perhaps he would be assassinated by his 5 brothers before he could obtain the dragon pearl. Thank you, father. He was speechless, but he still had to pretend to be grateful. Haha, wait for my good news. The projection shattered, turning into light and disappearing into the sky. Everyone got up one by one, but the shock on their faces lingered for a long time. I did not expect the identity test to be filled with so many twists and turns. In the end, we had to invite the monarch's projection. Indeed, to be able to see the monarch on this trip is not a wasted trip. There was a lot of discussion, but the 3 members of the royal family were full of smiles. They went forward to chat with Su Yu passionately. Their intention to win him over was obvious. Eunuch Chao's mouth twitched. They pretended to be deaf and mute when there was trouble. Now that the situation was clear, they were faster than rabbits. He still had to do what needed to be done. He raised his voice and said, 6th Prince, please return to the mansion. His mansion had been prepared since several years ago. Coincidentally, it was built near the princess mansion. Brother, wait for me. Princess Rukin jogged all the way, squeezing past the members of the royal family, surrounding Su Yu and the many representatives who were trying to curry favor with her. She held Su Yu's arm intimately, her face full of smiles. The crowd burst into laughter. I did not expect the 6th prince and the princess to hit it off so well. Oh, Princess Rukin turned her head and made a face at the crowd, then pulled Su Yu out of the crowd and back to the princess mansion. Bang! The moment the door closed, Princess Rukin's expression changed. She looked at Su Yu suspiciously. Emperor Wu Hin, who had been waiting inside, was also extremely shocked. The two of them had never expected Su Yu to have the unique destiny of the royal family. This destiny could not be absorbed into the body later on. It could only be obtained when the bloodline was activated at birth. This was the only thing that could not be faked. Shouldn't the two of you be happy? Su Yu was getting goosebumps from their stares. Princess Ru Qin moved closer to Su Yu. They could hear each other's breaths. She stared at Su Yu without blinking. I really should address you as my brother. Even Emperor Wu Hin felt incredulous. He could not help but ask, could it be that the sixth prince did not die back then but merely went missing? And you are actually the missing sixth prince? Su Yu spread his hands. If I were really the sixth prince, would I need to look for you? The two women were stunned. That was true. Then, where did the destiny of the royal family come from? Princess Rukin asked. How could Su Yu answer? Could he tell them that he had stolen the Beijing King Cauldron? Ahem, I'm not too sure about that. But although there were many dangers this time, I managed to get out of it, Su Yu said with a sigh of relief. Princess Rukin flattened her lips and sat down on the gold-threaded Nanma chair. She picked up a spiritual fruit and started munching on it. As she chewed, she stared at Su Yu bitterly. Humph! My father is biased and has never given me anything good since I was young. But you, an impostor, he gave you the dragon pearl of the double-crown emperor. I'm so angry. It's as if I'm the impostor and you are the real one. Emperor Wu Hin was extremely envious. The dragon pearl was definitely an unparalleled treasure. The 3 double-crown emperors of the empire must have coveted it. They had not expected Su Yu to benefit from it in the end. Forget it. Consider it your opportunity. We will not ask about it. Su Yu laughed bitterly. I do not dare to hope for the dragon pearl. This time, it was only a projection of Dongfangxia. If he had come in person, he might have seen through it. I will leave the empire immediately after I help you obtain the destiny of the nation. I will not meet Dongfangxia again. The two women looked tense and nodded slightly. This was the best arrangement for them. Then I will go back and prepare for the rain. It will happen in a few days. Su Yu stood up and left, returning to the 6th prince's mansion. The decoration of the mansion was similar to the princess's mansion. As soon as he entered the mansion, Su Yu entered the isolation room. With a shift of his soul, he appeared in front of the nursery with the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Half a year had passed since he had last entered, and the plants in the nursery had been cultivated for 250 years. Chapter 1805. Looking at it, the Bodhi tree had not grown much taller. The 3-blood crystal Bodhi hanging from it had not changed in size either. It was almost the same as the last time he saw it. A trace of disappointment lingered in Su Yu's eyes. It seemed that not all spiritual objects could be cultivated with mutated attributes. With a grasp in the air, the 3-blood crystal Bodhi fell and restored in a jade vessel by Su Yu. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The jade vessel that touched the blood crystal Bodhi was dyed blood red. The surface of the blood crystal Bodhi was densely covered with obscure characters. After a cursory look, Su Yu gasped. The words of the heavenly book. He was not unfamiliar with these characters at all. They were definitely the words of the heavenly book that very few people could recognize. How could the words of the heavenly book be condensed on the fruit? Su Yu's eyes flashed with horror and disbelief. After careful consideration for a long time, Su Yu reluctantly accepted this change. The function of the blood crystal Bodhi was to enhance the refinement of the Great Path rules, so it made sense that the words of the heavenly book could be derived. When Su Yu looked at it, he felt a wave of scorching heat, which made his eyes burn with fire. Shocked, he immediately closed his eyes and stopped looking at it. Only then did the flame that had been created out of nothing extinguish. This is the power of the words of the heavenly book. He was secretly surprised. Then, a deep joy appeared on his face. The idea of leaving 3 for further cultivation was correct. After 250 years, the changes of the blood crystal Bodhi were beyond imagination. With this fruit and the path rain, it would be much easier to condense the rules in the inner mansion. With a wave of divine power, the 3 blood crystal Bodhi were wrapped up, and Su Yu turned to look at Xiao Dai. She was lying lazily on a tree, nibbling on the heavenly orchid, silver bamboo. When she saw that Su Yu had come, she lifted her eyelids listlessly and muttered, "It's getting worse and worse. You should grow more spiritual fruits. You don't feed me bamboo every day. I'm not a panda." The blue veins on Su Yu's forehead twitched. She was tired of eating his food. "It's good to have food. Stay here obediently." Su Yu snorted and was about to leave the body. Xiao Dai snorted, "Can't you give me some treasures to eat?" There were many magical treasures stored in the 9 jade spiritual pearl by Su Yu, but they were all collected by him on a daily basis, so they were not very useful. After some thought, he said helplessly, "All right, except for the heavenly orchid silver bamboo sword and the golden jade sword. I can eat all the other treasures." "That's more like it." Little Butterfly's spirit doubled, and she jumped down briskly. "Don't overdo it," Su Yu said impatiently, then left the 9 jade spiritual pearl. As soon as he left, Xiao Dai rolled her eyes and started drooling. "Waha! What a silly master, he's so gullible. Those magic treasures are all broken and disgusting, but there's a high-grade one that's much more delicious than those 2 swords." With a whooshing sound, she arrived in front of the wooden shelf where the magic treasures were stored. Xiao Dai didn't even glance at the dazzling array of magic treasures that were piled up on the ground. She stared straight at the gold-plated bow and arrow on the ground. The giant bow was as tall as 2 people. It wasn't custom-made for humans, but for certain creatures with huge bodies. This was one of the 3 treasures Su Yu found in Huan Yu Longjuan's cavern, the Tianyi Bao. The bow was extremely heavy, and Su Yu had to use the law of giant strength to barely lift it off the ground. He could only pull the bowstring 3 inches. He hadn't noticed the uniqueness of the bow at that time, so he had kept it there. Su Yu had almost forgotten about it. "Haha, little baby, I've had my eyes on you for a long time. You must be delicious to eat." Xiao Dai rubbed her hands together, her eyes shining as she stared at the Tianyi Bao, and her saliva was dripping down. She grabbed it with both hands, and even with her great strength, it was extremely strenuous for her to lift it. She had to use all her strength to barely lift it up. "My goodness! Good things are extraordinary. You're so heavy, I won't need to eat for a few months after eating you." Xiao Dai stroked the Tianyi Bao as if she was touching a delicious food. "Little baby, I won't stand on ceremony." "Wow." She opened her mouth and bit down hard on the Tianyi Bao. But at that moment, an irresistible force appeared in the 9 jade spiritual pearl, forcibly separating her from the Tianyi Bao. Bang! The Tianyi Bao fell to the ground with a dull thud. At the same time, the sole figure of a coiled dragon in a royal robe flickered in front of the Tianyi Bao, staring at Xiao Dai with a faint smile. "You gluttonous cat, I knew you were up to something." How sharp was Su Yu? He could count the number of intestines in Xiao Dai's stomach with his eyes closed. He pretended to leave, but in fact he was observing what Xiao Dai had taken a fancy to in the treasures. To his surprise, it turned out to be this giant bao that had nothing special except for its weight. Why did you come back?" Xiao Dai was startled and immediately felt guilty like a thief who had been caught on the spot. Su Yu was amused. "If I had been a little later, wouldn't you have eaten this bao?" Xiao Dai became more and more guilty, so she behaved more stubbornly. Stiffening her neck, she said, "Who said I was thinking about this bao? I just saw that it was taking up space, so I helped you eat it to make room." "Is that so?" Su Yu had a playful look on his face. Xiao Dai snorted. "Are you suspecting me?" With an angry look of suspicion on her face, She pounced on the wooden frame and grabbed a treasure with one hand. She opened her mouth and gnawed on it, making crunching noises. As she gnawed, she looked at Suyu with a provocative look. It was as if she was saying, "So what? I'm not eyeing that bow. I eat everything, I'm not picky." Laughing, Suyu wrapped the giant bow and arrows around it and left the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Xiao Dai chewed a few times. Her expression of enjoyment just now was now one of grievance. "Buff, it tastes like wax, it's disgusting. Damn it, I've been fooled by him again." Xiao Dai yelled angrily. If she had not shown such great interest in the tani bow, how would Suyu have known that this bow was extraordinary? Returning to his body, Suyu sized up the tani bow on the ground. Could I have been too careless during the initial inspection? He thought to himself as he examined it again. The result was the same. Apart from the fact that the material was very special and could not be identified, there was nothing special about it. The arrow had also been inspected from beginning to end, and nothing special had been detected. It would be great if I had a place to test the power of this arrow. Suyu looked around. This was the palace, and it was not a good idea to test the bow before he knew the power of the giant bow. After thinking for a while, Suyu put the bow into the space of the Buddha pearl. There were still a few days before the Tao reign, so he stopped training. He took out a few books about extraterrestrial civilizations and read them patiently. He calmed himself down and adjusted himself to his best state. At the same time, the people of the imperial clan court had not completely dispersed. The princes were discussing among themselves, still worried about the addition of the 6th prince. They no longer doubted his identity, but his strength was still unknown. Moreover, he was loved by Dongfangxia. Who knew if he would secretly give Suyu some dangerous things? The 1st prince was in the worst mood. With his strength and supporters, he was not worried about the addition of the 6th prince, who did not have much of a background. He was in a bad mood because of the north-gazing pearl. Can you explain in detail the constellation Sea civilization and how you were captured by it? In front of the artificial mountain, the 1st prince stood with his hands behind his back, coldly staring at the north-gazing pearl. The north-gazing pearl felt bitter in her heart. How could she explain in detail? Once the news of the theft of the North Star tripod got out, it would be a disaster. It was just a misunderstanding. I was captured by accident. There is nothing to say. Her eyes were evasive, and her words were somewhat insincere. The 1st prince tugged hard with his hands behind his back. There was a problem. "Oh, it's fine. I was just asking. You are not feeling well. Go back and rest." The 1st prince smiled lightly. After she left, a dark shadow suddenly appeared beside the 1st prince. It was at the level of a martial emperor. How was the investigation of the north-gazing pearl's illness? The 1st prince's eyes were deep and cold. The dark shadow said in a low voice, "Just as the 1st prince expected, the north-gazing pearl's illness is serious. Although the North Star Palace hid it well, I still sneaked in and found out about the illness." "What illness?" "It's hysteria." The dark shadow said, "The north-gazing pearl will fall into an inextricable fantasy every once in a while." "Fantasy about what?" The 1st prince frowned. The dark shadow was a little hesitant. "Fantasy about having sex with a man." Bang! A fierce aura suddenly erupted from the 1st prince's body. He clenched his fists behind his back and struck out with a loud bang. The dark shadow was caught off guard and was sent flying. It only stopped after smashing a large piece of the fake mountain. A deep depression could be clearly seen on its chest. It could injure a martial emperor with one move. Which man? The 1st prince's eyes were red, and he could not suppress the anger in his eyes. As his fiancée, as his future princess, she actually had this kind of filthy disease. He could not accept it. It is said that it is Suyu who is now the 6th prince, Dongfang Yu. The dark shadow coughed a few times and said with great respect, "Ah." The 1st prince roared furiously. He had felt that the north-gazing pearl's words were ambiguous, and that she had an unclear relationship with Suyu. Now that he knew the truth, he was instantly enraged. Cold, murderous intents were released, and the dark shadow was so shocked that she hurriedly retreated and put some distance between them. Dongfangyu, the first prince, roared. The princes in the distance were all surprised. What had provoked the first prince to act like this? The other princes looked on coldly. The fifth prince, who was on good terms with the first prince, flew over and said, "First brother, what happened to Dongfangyu?" The question pulled the first prince back from the brink of anger. This was the imperial palace, and Dongfangyu was the sixth prince who had just received his father's favor. The first prince could not take the initiative to harm him, even if he wanted to cut him into pieces. Regaining his composure, the first prince stared at the fifth prince. He rolled his eyes and said, "Fifth brother, I am doing this for you. Just now, the spies reported that after Dongfangyu returned to the mansion, he ridiculed us, especially you, who lost your life-saving thumb ring. He even slandered you, saying that you—" The fifth prince's expression was gloomy. "What did he say about me?" "He said that you were stupid, ignorant, and arrogant. In the end, you slapped yourself in the face in front of everyone and were hated by father. Crack, damn it." The fifth prince punched the broken fake mountain and said angrily, "He has gone too far." "Isn't that right? That is why I feel sorry for you." The first prince clenched his fists. "I will go and settle the score with him now." "Wait, now that he has received father's favor. Whose side will father take if you go and settle the score with him?" This question caused the fifth prince to hesitate endlessly. The answer was obvious. Father would think that the fifth prince was deliberately taking revenge. What should I do? Am I supposed to watch a bastard born outside take a dump on my head? The fifth prince said angrily. The first prince curled his lips and thought to himself, "You are really stupid, taking the bait so easily with just a few words. Haha, isn't it easy to deal with him? The Tao rain in a few days is a good opportunity. I have a way to make him cry and beg you." The first prince smiled mysteriously. A few days later, the day of the Tao rain was approaching. These days, Suyu had been studying the knowledge of extraterrestrial civilizations. Occasionally, Princess Rukin would come over to chat with him and discuss matters related to the Tao rain. It was also her first time experiencing the Tao rain, so she did not know much more than Suyu. However, Suyu learned from her that every prince had a special treasure bestowed by the royal family, which could help them refine the inner mansion's chain of rules more easily when the Tao rain came. How infuriating! I asked the Imperial Clan Court for your rain-calming needle 3 days ago, but they kept delaying. On this day, Princess Rukin came over again, sweating profusely. She grabbed the teapot on Suyu's table and drank to her heart's content. Suyu smiled indifferently. "I'm afraid it's not the Imperial Clan Court that's making things difficult for me, but my brother's intention?" Princess Rukin raised her eyebrows slightly and rolled her eyes. "This won't do. I'll get my aunt to help you get the rain-calming needle. Right now." Emperor Wuhan was unusually busy. As the Empire's most powerful formation emperor, she had been working day and night to strengthen several areas of the Tao rain several days ago, especially the first-grade areas, which were of utmost importance. She would not allow outsiders to approach them easily. She could not leave at the moment. "Forget it. I'm already very grateful to you for taking the risk to provide me with the first-grade area of the Tao rain. The rain-calming needle is not within the scope of the agreement, so you don't have to worry about it," Suyu said. He had inquired about the effects of the rain-calming needle. It was not as powerful as the blood crystal Bodhi, so it would be useless even if he had it. "Humph. I'm just not satisfied that my brothers are targeting you in every way." Princess Rukin wrinkled her nose cutely. Suyu smiled. They were humiliated by the Imperial Clan Court's matter, and I'm their competitor. How could they be nice to me? "Don't worry, as long as they don't tamper with the Tao rain, I won't bother with them. She had come to comfort Suyu, but she was the one who was being comforted by him. She felt embarrassed. Fine. It's great that you can accept it. If I become the queen of the Dayu Empire one day, I'll definitely avenge you and teach them a lesson. Princess Rukin clenched her fists and bared her teeth. Suyu smiled. Just like that, the days approached. 2 days later, Suyu, who was reading a book, suddenly felt something and looked up at the sky outside the window. In the vast blue sky, a strange golden cloud had appeared out of nowhere. Then, more and more clouds gathered from all directions. Half a day later, the entire sky was golden, and the entire imperial city of the Dayu dynasty was illuminated by the golden light. Chapter 1806. The shocking phenomenon startled the entire imperial city. From the common people to the strong men in the imperial city, they all stared at the golden clouds in the sky in shock and ecstasy. Dao rain. The Dao rain that had arrived as scheduled. Dong, dong, dong. Deep in the imperial city, a loud bell rang, spreading throughout the entire imperial city. Suyu, who was in the imperial city, heard it even more deafeningly. Princess Rukin pushed open the door, her face full of surprise. Brother, the Dao rain is coming. Let's hurry to the designated location. Since the first-grade Dao rain area is reserved for the imperial family, why should we be afraid of outsiders occupying it? Princess Rukin said impatiently. Even within the first-grade Dao rain area, there are good and bad spots. The good spots have 10% more Dao rain. They should not stay for long. The two quickly left the mansion and arrived at the imperial sacrificial altar that had been prepared. It was the center of the imperial palace, less than a mile in circumference. Normally, it was used for sacrificial ceremonies, but this time it had become the central area for the Dao rain. The entire sacrificial altar was surrounded by a powerful formation. Judging from the strength of the formation, even the double crown emperor could not break through the defense. This was the first-grade Dao rain area, which only the imperial family was allowed to enter. Outside the sacrificial altar to the imperial city walls, it was the second-grade Dao rain area. Only the children of the princes and those who had made great contributions could enter. Outside the imperial city walls, it was the third-grade Dao rain area. Outside the imperial city, it was the fourth grade. There was a world of difference between each grade of Dao rain area. One could imagine how eye-catching the first-grade Dao rain area was. Many nobles who had reached the martial emperor level or did not need the Dao rain came to the sacrificial altar to observe the imperial family members being baptized by the Dao rain. Among them was the first prince, whose cultivation had long reached the martial emperor level. Beside him stood the fifth prince. The two of them were full of confidence, their eyes scanning the crowd as if they were looking for something. Suddenly, the fifth prince's eyes turned cold, locking onto Princess Rukin and Suyu, who had just arrived. They're here. I'll go over first, the fifth prince said. The first prince nodded. It's up to you. Don't worry, first brother. I'll make sixth brother beg me to come to you. Suyu and Princess Rukin rushed to the sacrificial altar and heaved a sigh of relief. Although most of the members of the royal family were present, the restriction on the altar had not been activated yet, so there was no need to worry that the good spots had already been occupied. Looking at the altar, which was less than half a kilometer in size, there were only 100 designated spots. With the sacrificial altar as the center, they spread out in a radial pattern divided into 10 rows. Later, I'll try my best to get a spot in the first few rows. The Dao rain there is denser. Princess Ru Qin was somewhat excited. The Dao rain that came once every 30,000 years was such a great opportunity that he had to grasp it well. As long as one could condense the laws in the inner palace, the biggest obstacle to becoming a martial emperor would be swept away. Glancing at the other members of the royal family, they were also looking at the first few rows with burning eyes. It seemed that those seats were going to be fought for. Sixth Prince, you've come quite early. An unkind, teasing voice drifted over. Suyu glanced sideways at her. then looked away as if nothing had happened. Hee, you've just become a prince, and you're already so arrogant. No wonder you look down on us. The fifth prince walked over and sneered with his arms crossed. Su Yu still turned a deaf ear to him and pretended that this person did not exist. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? After being ignored repeatedly, the fifth prince was a little angry. Because of his arrival, he had been secretly watched by countless people, all of them looking like they were waiting for a good show. Everyone knew that the fifth prince had been reprimanded and warned by the monarch because of the sixth prince's matter. He had lost a great deal of face. Seeing that he had taken the initiative to pick a fight with him, everyone felt that there was going to be a good show to watch. Only then did Su Yu slightly crease his brows, glancing at the fifth prince. Am I very close to you? Why should I answer your question? The fifth prince sneered. You're indeed arrogant. I wonder if you have the guts to make a bet with me. Unexpectedly, before he could finish his sentence, Su Yu interrupted him. I'm not interested in making a bet with you. No matter what you bet, you're just short of carving on your face the words, I have a conspiracy, and I'm going to set you up. Please, if you want to set me up, at least control your expression. At the very least, you should put on a show. Your attitude is not professional enough. Forgive me for not being able to entertain you. Su Yu's incisive sarcasm caused the onlookers to burst into laughter. The first prince, who was watching from afar, could not help but shake his head. What an idiot! The fifth prince's face was flushed, his face full of anger and humiliation. He could not wait to strike and smash Su Yu's detestable face into pieces. Sixth prince, are you a man or not? The fifth prince shouted. He wanted to provoke Su Yu, but in the eyes of the onlookers he seemed rather childish. Hee, do I need you to question whether I'm a man or not? Su Yu retorted unceremoniously. The fifth prince said, Are you going to bet or not? Su Yu mocked. Are you asking if I'm willing to be set up by you or not? Don't you think this question is rather idiotic? The onlookers secretly shook their heads. Perhaps the fifth prince was more experienced, but in terms of eloquence he was ultimately a flower cultivated in a greenhouse. He was still too inexperienced compared to Su Yu. The fifth prince was furious. Everything was different from what he had imagined. According to his plan, he had first provoked Su Yu, angered him, and then proceeded to place a bet. In the end, Su Yu was unusually experienced, easily forcing him to the brink of fury. Yu. The fifth prince was furious, but he could not do anything. He stood rooted to the ground, not knowing what to say next. At this moment, Su Yu sighed with pity and sympathy. Sigh. All right. I'll reluctantly fall for your trap and make a bet with you. Tell me, what are we betting? In the end, Su Yu still accepted the bet. However, the fifth prince felt as if he had eaten a bowl of live flies. He was not secretly pleased that his plan had succeeded. Instead, he felt extremely uncomfortable, especially the mocking gazes of the onlookers. It was as if the one who had been tricked was not Su Yu, but the idiot himself. Who was the one tricking whom? At this moment, the fifth prince had a very bad feeling. However, he was already riding a tiger and could not back down. He braced himself and said, Let's bet on whose internal rules are more complete. What are the stakes? The stakes are 100,000 divine stones. If it's not enough, write an IO. The fifth prince finally found some confidence. He had accumulated 100,000 divine stones over the years. However, Su Yu obviously did not have that much. If he lost and could not pay up, the fifth prince would become his creditor. At that time, he could do whatever he wanted to the sixth prince, forcing him to kneel and beg for mercy. 100,000 divine stones? That was indeed a considerable sum of divine stones. The 10,000 treasure hall had only accumulated 30,000 divine stones over the years. It was extremely difficult for an ordinary person to obtain 30,000 divine stones. 100,000 divine stones was even more impossible. He immediately guessed the other party's plan. Do you dare to bet? Our cultivation levels are the same. Logically, there should not be much difference, the fifth prince said. Princess Rookin, who was listening by the side, could not help but be annoyed. Fifth brother, you are quite good at selectively ignoring things. What do you mean by there is no difference? First, sixth brother did not obtain the rain-stabilizing needle. Second, he did not have the time to be rewarded by father with the blood crystal bodhi. How could he compare to you? Sixth brother was destined to lose from the start. How dare you speak? Many onlookers were secretly surprised, but they were not the least bit surprised. The rain-stabilizing needle was distributed by the imperial clan court. The fifth prince and the other princes had a much deeper relationship with the imperial clan court than the newly promoted sixth prince. It was not difficult to make things difficult for Suyu so that he could not obtain the rain-stabilizing needle. Furthermore, the blood crystal bodhi was in the hands of Dongfang Xia. He could not reward it to Suyu in time. In this way, Suyu was 2 steps behind. How could he compare to the fifth prince? Suyu was destined to lose even before the duel had begun. The fifth prince grunted. Condensing the rules mainly depends on one's own body. These external objects do not have much effect. Princess Rookin laughed. Is that so? How about I ask the fifth prince to hand over these 2 objects? The fifth prince said forcefully, what's the point of saying so much nonsense? If the sixth prince really has the guts, then compete with me. The crowd, seeing this, could not help but curse. He was the epitome of shamelessness. If Suyu did not have any problems with his intelligence, he would definitely not accept the bet. All right, I'll bet. No one had expected Suyu to agree so easily. The onlookers were dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears. He had actually agreed. Wasn't this a clear loss? That was 100,000 divine stones. How was he going to pay them back? All right, the bet is set. You cannot go back on your word. The fifth prince said immediately, afraid that Suyu would go back on his word. His heart was bursting with joy. In fact, even he had felt that the odds of the bet being set were slim. Who knew Suyu would agree? Shouldn't we invite an appraiser to set up a contract? Suyu asked. The fifth prince nodded. All right, I think the first prince is not bad. As our elder brother, you are the most qualified. The crowd looked toward him. The first prince nodded with a smile. He was very willing to be the appraiser. Since fifth brother and sixth brother don't mind, I'll reluctantly be a witness for you this time. I'm sorry, but I despise it. Suyu's words shocked the first prince to death, and he bluntly made the first prince lose face. The first prince's footsteps stiffened slightly, and his eyes were filled with anger. The fifth prince creased his brows. Who do you want to invite? He could invite anyone but the first prince. Anyone could see that the fifth prince and the first prince were in the same boat. If he were to be the appraiser, there would be a lot of trouble afterward. Let Eunuch Chow do it. Him. The fifth prince creased his brows but did not object. If it's Eunuch Chow, that's fine. I just don't know what Eunuch Chow thinks. Eunuch Chow, who was watching from afar, had a smile on his face. He was naturally willing to be the appraiser and show his superior status. I am indebted to the 2 princes for your kindness. I am willing to be the appraiser, Eunuch Chow said. That was it. The bet of 100,000 divine stones attracted even more onlookers. Chapter 1807. 1-1 on the fifth prince. 1-5 on the sixth prince. If you are interested, why don't we play another round? Hearing this, the crowd immediately gathered around, excited. It was obvious that the fifth prince could win even if he were to lie down. He could definitely win back 10% of the bet. 100 divine stones on the fifth prince winning. 300 divine stones on the fifth prince winning. Hee, earning 30 divine stones as pocket money is not bad. I'll bet 300 as well. The bet had been on the fifth prince the entire time. As for the sixth prince, no one dared to bet on him. Everyone could see that Suyu was bound to lose. The first prince sneered. He, too, thought Suyu was bound to lose. By placing a bet despite knowing he would lose money, he was trying to undermine Suyu's confidence. It was worth it to lose a few hundred divine stones to attack Suyu. Seeing that the bets were about to end, Suyu, who was the center of attention, suddenly walked over and chuckled. Is there a limit to the bet? The first prince sneered. You can bet however much you have. I can afford it. He did not believe that Suyu, who had just become the sixth prince, could have much savings. Suyu shrugged. Not much. Just 30,000 divine stones. The altar, which had been bustling with noise, suddenly fell silent for a moment. Then it exploded with cheers. My God, 30,000 divine stones! I didn't know the sixth prince was so rich. Where did he get so many divine stones? The first prince's pupils shrank. He had not expected Suyu to have so much money. He could not help but laugh. Why? Are you betting on yourself to lose, sixth brother? If that's the case, I'll have to pay you 3,000 divine stones. Haha, first brother, you think too much. Of course, I'm betting on myself to win. After saying that, he tossed a few bags filled with god stones over. Upon closer inspection, there were indeed 30,000 divine stones. One of the bags was filled with rare middle-grade divine stones. The first prince was slightly shocked. He then laughed. Sixth brother, thank you for giving me 30,000 divine stones. I'll accept it without hesitation. Suyu smiled. If I were you, I would start preparing how to repay the 150,000 divine stones. Even for the first prince, 150,000 god stones was a huge sum. It was unknown if he had that much. He will see. The first prince laughed contemptuously. He did not think that the fifth prince would lose to Suyu, who had nothing. At this moment, the golden clouds in the sky suddenly changed. With the center as the focal point, it spun rapidly, and a loophole appeared. The gap grew larger and larger until it was the size of an altar. A simple and unadorned ancient sword slowly descended from the whirlpool. Instantly, a vast and majestic spiritual pressure intimidated all living beings present to the point of prostrating on the ground. It felt as if a supreme existence was standing in front of them, and they couldn't help but want to prostrate themselves in worship. However, it was only a sword in front of them. Shwa! Suddenly, a gray-robed elder flew out from the depths of the imperial palace. His beard was extremely long, even longer than his body, and it danced wildly in the wind. He raised his head to look at the ancient sword, his eyes filled with reverence. The ecliptic palace's ancient sword! Then he raised his voice and shouted, Everyone, enter the range of the Tao Rain immediately. The Tao Rain is coming. Swoosh! He had just finished speaking when someone beside Suyu dashed out, heading straight for the altar that had just been opened. Suyu was not to be outdone. He grabbed Princess Rooken and used the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole to teleport away. When he reappeared, he appeared in front of the first row. Princess Rooken was pleasantly surprised. She had been worried that she would not be able to get a seat in the first few rows. But Suyu brought her to the best seat. Without another word, Princess Rooken immediately sat down and occupied the seat. Suyu also sat down with his legs crossed. When the rest of the people rushed over, Suyu and Princess Rooken had already occupied the best seats in the first row. This speed made the people who came later anxious and angry, and they quickly occupied the seats in front. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the first row of seats was completely occupied. Strangely, Suyu recognized most of them. The second prince, the third prince, the fourth prince, and the fifth prince. The fifth prince was not far from Suyu, sneering coldly. You're quite fast at snatching seats, but this is only the beginning. Don't be worse than the last row and waste the first row's seats. Su Yu turned a deaf ear to him. As they waited, the seats at the back were occupied by people one after another. Soon, the seats were filled with people from the royal family. The seats of the Dao Rain in the other areas were also occupied. The living creatures within the range of the Dao Rain raised their heads and waited for the most exciting moment. At that moment, the gray-robed elder with a long beard said, "The Dao Rain will only last for 10 minutes. Whether or not you can seize the opportunity of your life depends on yourselves." Looking at him, the magnificent aura of the Double Crown Emperor was enough for people to guess his identity. He was one of the 3 Double Crown Emperors of the Empire, the Gray-Robed Emperor. Not long after he spoke, the ancient sword from the Ecliptic Palace emitted an intimidating sharp light. The body of the sword suddenly turned, causing the golden clouds in all directions to gather into a ball. The glittering golden clouds appeared to be a dark gold color because they were too concentrated. Drip! All of a sudden, a dark golden raindrop fell from the golden clouds. This drop triggered a chain reaction, and countless dark golden raindrops poured down in torrents. Everyone present immediately began to prepare, taking out the rain-fixing needles. The 5th prince tossed one of the rain-fixing needles above his head with one hand. Suddenly, the force of the dark golden raindrops falling near him was greatly reduced. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a vortex formed by the condensation of divine energy appeared on the top of the 5th prince's head. A few dark golden raindrops fell into the vortex and were wrapped by the divine energy as they returned to the inner mansion. Immediately after, the 5th prince methodically wrapped the 2nd drop. On the other hand, Su Yu, who did not have the rain-fixing needles, had the dark golden raindrops falling quickly. He only had time to wrap the 1st dark golden raindrop. The 2nd dark golden raindrop was wasted and fell to the ground. It quickly merged into the ground and could no longer be absorbed. This was the magical use of the rain-fixing needles. It ensured that the Dao Rain that fell nearby would not be wasted. The 1st prince, who was watching from the sidelines, sneered, "I really don't understand where you get the confidence to bet 30,000 divine stones." Time passed quickly. Everyone was absorbing the Dao Rain in an orderly manner. Su Yu was neither servile nor overbearing. He did not panic. Even though there were many losses, he did not waste the Dao Rain that he should have captured. He maintained a good attitude. 10 minutes passed slowly. As the golden clouds became thinner, the Dao Rain also became sparser. Before long, the Dao Rain had become very sparse. After 10 minutes, just as the gray-robed divine emperor had said, the Dao Rain stopped. The mysterious aura of the Dao Rain still lingered in the air. However, the ground was completely dry. There were no traces of the Dao Rain being wet. The ancient sword, which was hovering high up in the sky, turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the Diyu Empire. The Dao Rain was over. Princess Ru Chen let out a long breath. Her eyes were filled with surprise. When she noticed Su Yu, she asked worriedly, "How many drops of rain did you absorb?" "Exactly 100 drops." Princess Ru Chen creased her brows. She looked at the 5th prince and said, "Don't worry. I will help you repay a portion of the wager after this. I will not let the 5th prince make things difficult for you." At that moment, the 5th prince looked over and laughed mockingly. "6th brother, you have to be mentally prepared. I have absorbed 130 drops of Dao Rain. The rules that I have refined will definitely be more complete than yours. Let's wait until everything is over." So you did not think much of it. The 1st prince, who was looking on coldly from the outside, sneered, as if victory was already in his grasp. "Ha, stubborn. Let's see how you repay the 100,000 divine stones." The 5th prince laughed. Ha, it is good that you have such confidence. I was worried that you would do something stupid because you are a sore loser. At that moment, the gray-robed divine emperor spoke again. "Digest the Dao Rain that you have absorbed immediately and start refining the rules." The rest of the people took out the blood crystal bodhi that they had prepared. The fifth prince also took out one. However, unlike the other's blood crystal bodhi, his blood crystal bodhi was purer, and there were fewer impurities within it. Seeing that, Princess Ru Chun was slightly shocked. Could this be cultivated by father using his own divine blood? They were all members of the royal family, but the purity of the blood crystal clan's bloodline was different. As the king of the royal family, Dongfang Xia's bloodline was the purest. A blood crystal bodhi cultivated by his bloodline was naturally much stronger than an ordinary blood crystal bodhi. Haha, as luck would have it, I happen to have one. Princess Ru Chun frowned deeply. I remember that father only cultivated 3 blood crystal bodhi. 2 of them were used many years ago, and the remaining one was given to eldest brother. Why is it in your hands? Then he came to a sudden realization. He said coldly, You have really schemed and made thorough preparations. One did not have a blood crystal bodhi, while the other had an exceptionally pure blood crystal bodhi. Moreover, the latter had obtained dozens more drops of Tao rain than the former. Was there a need to ask such a question? The fifth prince's gaze shifted. He was about to sneer when his expression froze. He saw Suyu opening his mouth and swallowing a blood crystal bodhi. Suyu swallowed it very quickly. Hence, the fifth prince did not have time to see the blood crystal bodhi clearly. He was shocked. What? You have a blood crystal bodhi? Where did you get it from? Suyu looked at him and calmly said, Is there a need for me to answer you? The fifth prince was bewildered. The fact that Suyu had a blood crystal bodhi was completely unexpected. After pondering for a moment, he slowly relaxed. So what if Suyu had a blood crystal bodhi? Could it be purer than his blood crystal bodhi? Did he have more Tao rain? This was destined to be an obvious match. Haha, then let's watch the show. After saying this, he swallowed the blood crystal bodhi and started to cultivate his law. Suyu focused his mind and looked at the situation in his inner mansion. In his inner mansion, which had been filled with divine energy in the past, there were 100 drops of dark golden water droplets lined up side by side. Every drop of water was filled with an unparalleled, mysterious intent. Chapter 1808. Are these all the chains of rules? Suyu was secretly surprised. But why are they golden? Of all the laws he had seen, apart from the original mother of laws, all the other laws were pitch black in color. Could it be that the Yellow Palace Hall has specially processed them? Suyu thought. Ordinary chains of rules did not have the conditions to be comprehended at all. Only these processed ones could be provided for the overlord to comprehend. Suyu's soul touched the first drop of Tao rain. Suddenly, his soul seemed to explode, and countless strange and cold information surged in like a great river and sea. In the vast information, Suyu saw the ebb and flow of the tide, the withering of plants, death and life, and the boundless great nothingness world. A small drop of Tao rain was all-encompassing. His soul was lost in it and did not know which thing to look at. At this time, a drop of red air full of power flowed in. It was the power of the blood crystal bodhi. The red air surrounded Suyu's soul, making his consciousness gradually clear. His perspective of looking at everything became more transcendental and thorough. The seemingly simple natural scenery, with the help of the red air, revealed the hidden rules. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Rules were everywhere in the world. However, which law was most suitable for him? Suyu thought about the several powers from the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Time, space, soul, life, death, fate. These 6 powers were the foundation of Suyu's martial path, and they were the special powers that he relied on the most. If he wanted to condense the rules, he would naturally focus on them. With a thought, the scenery around him changed, and a long river of time and space appeared. Chains of the time rules flew in the long river. This was the time rules. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Staring at the chains, he gradually understood. The so-called time can also be like this. At this moment, he entered an unprecedented state of comprehension. Before, he was ignorant about the concept of time, but now he had a new understanding. It was as if the golden raindrop had opened a new door for him. But soon, the whole scene was suddenly annihilated. Apparently, the chain rules in the golden raindrop had been absorbed by Suyu and collapsed on its own. He calmed down and began to comprehend the second drop of golden raindrop in an orderly manner. Time passed slowly. 1 day later, in the last row, an elderly man sighed and stood up. The chains of laws contained within the Tao Rain are too profound. I'm afraid that someone with a dull aptitude like me will not be able to comprehend them. In the process of receiving the Tao Rain, he received as many as 120 drops of Tao Rain. But so what if I get it? Not being able to comprehend the profound laws of the Tao Rain was also disappointing. 2 days later, 20 people had already given up. Without exception, none of them were able to condense the chains of laws. Even with the help of the Tao Rain, if he still couldn't comprehend the laws, then he would have no hope of becoming a divine emperor of heaven and earth. 3 days later, another 10 people gave up. Only one of them managed to refine a weak chain of laws. But because his comprehension was not deep enough, the Tao Rain was wasted, and he could only withdraw regretfully. The 4th day, another 10 people gave up. Compared to before, some of them had condensed relatively good chains of laws, but they were still extremely weak, and their chances of becoming emperors were slim. There were only 60 people left. Most of them were young, and the oldest was no more than 1,000 years old, which meant that they were very talented. On the 5th day, 10 people gave up, and one of them managed to condense half of the chains of laws. Although the laws were relatively simple compared to the other laws, it was not easy. If they worked hard in the future, there was a chance that they could become the divine emperor of heaven and earth. On the 6th day, 10 people left, but 2 of them succeeded in condensing more than half of the chains of laws. On the 7th day, 10 people left, and 3 of them managed to condense half of the chains of laws. On the 8th day, 10 people left. Surprisingly, 5 of them managed to condense half of the chains of laws. On the 9th day, there were only 10 people left. 6 princes, 1 princess, and 3 talented members of the previous generation of the royal family. They had persisted until now, which was enough to prove that they were talented. But the most eye-catching one was obviously Suyu, the 6th prince, who was not favored by many. Strange, without the rain-stabilizing needle, the 6th prince's Tao Rain is far superior to the others. How could he comprehend it until now? Is it because he comprehended every drop of Tao Rain more deeply than others? That's impossible. Even the most profound Tao Rain couldn't have lasted until now. Could it be that his comprehension of the Tao Rain has surpassed that of the 5th prince, who swallowed the pure blood crystal Bodhi? Amidst the discussion, the 1st prince looked somewhat puzzled. Suyu had persisted for a much longer time than he had imagined. On the 10th day, the 3 talented members of the royal family left one after another. Fortunately, the 3 of them had condensed the chains of laws to 60%. With a little more effort, they had a good chance of becoming divine warriors of heaven and earth. The remaining people were the 6 princes and 1 princess. On the 11th day, the 4th prince was the first to open his eyes, and he left the altar with a satisfied look. He did not specify the degree of condensation, but judging by his expression, it should be extraordinary. On the 12th day, the 3rd prince left the altar. His calm face couldn't help but be filled with surprise. On the 13th day, the 2nd prince and Princess Rukin left at the same time. The former was fine, but the latter was overjoyed. It seemed that he had gained a lot. The only people left on the altar were the 5th prince and Suyu. The former was not surprising, but the latter was shocking. Oh my God, could he have fallen asleep? Judging by the amount of Tao Rain he absorbed, it should have dried up long ago. I'm guessing that he is afraid that he will be embarrassed if he loses, so he is pretending to be comprehending and holding on. Haha, Great minds think alike. On the 14th day, the fifth prince suddenly opened his eyes and laughed loudly. His laughter was loud and clear, piercing through the clouds. He had also finished comprehending. His face was brimming with joy. It was obvious that he had gained a shocking harvest. Suddenly, he realized that Su Yu was still comprehending. He could not help but be shocked, and he cried out involuntarily, "Why is he still here?" He had an extremely bad premonition. The first prince stared at Su Yu. His previous confidence was nowhere to be seen, and hints of worry appeared between his brows. Could it be related to the strange blood, crystal bodhi that he had swallowed? He did not miss the fact that Su Yu had also swallowed a blood, crystal bodhi of unknown origin. The fifth prince stared at Su Yu, his expression uncertain. His joy from comprehending had vanished in an instant. "Should I?" The fifth prince had a stern look in his eyes. "If he were to interrupt Su Yu's comprehension, since you have finished comprehending, why are you still inside? Leave quickly." The gray-robed emperor furrowed his brows and bellowed. The fifth prince's heart shook, and he immediately put away his unrealistic thoughts. If he really did that, not only would the gray-robed emperor not let him off, but he would also be severely punished when his father returned. Thinking of Dongfang Xia's strictness, the fifth prince quickly retreated. When the first prince saw this scene, he felt a wave of disappointment. He had hoped that the fifth prince would interrupt Su Yu's comprehension. On the 15th day, Su Yu still had not awakened. On the 16th day, on the 17th day, until the 20th day. Isn't this too strange? Even with 200 drops of Tao rain, it is impossible to comprehend for so long, right? That's right. The fifth prince has the purest blood, crystal bodhi, and 130 drops of Tao rain, but he has only managed to comprehend for 14 days. Is he really asleep? Even the calm and composed, gray-robed emperor started to feel suspicious. The situation before them was beyond their expectations. Was this person really comprehending, or was he feigning ignorance because he was afraid of the bet? Just as the crowd was guessing, Su Yu opened his eyes without warning half a day later. A trace of disappointment flashed across his face without the slightest concealment. Seeing this look, the anxious fifth prince and first prince heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like he had encountered a huge problem with his comprehension. Otherwise, he would not have such an expression. He has finally finished comprehending. There are so many of us waiting for him. Haha, the next part is the highlight. I want to see how the sixth prince will bluff his way through. The comprehension was over, but the best part was yet to come. Regardless of whether it was the bet between the fifth and sixth prince or the first prince, there would be a good show to watch. That was why so many people were willing to wait until now. The gray-robed old man flew down, holding a coiling dragon ruler in his hand, and said, "Princes and princesses, this old man will personally test the degree of condensation of your nomological laws. We'll follow the order of leaving first. Fourth prince, go first." The fourth prince strode forward, his face full of confidence. "Hold the dragon ruler and activate the chain of law that you have condensed. The degree of purity will be displayed on the dragon ruler." The fourth prince nodded and took a deep breath. He held the dragon ruler and closed his eyes, activating the chain of law that he had just condensed. The gray-robed emperor stared at the shining dragon ruler and announced expressionlessly, "The law of ice, degree of purity, 70%. The crowd was filled with shock. How envious! 70% is very close to completion. With the remaining 30%, he can prepare to break through the door of the divine warrior. In the near future, there will be another divine warrior of heaven and earth in the royal family. The fourth prince retreated amidst the envy of the crowd. Next was the third prince. He held the dragon ruler in the same way as the fourth prince. Soon, the dragon ruler gave off a glow slightly brighter than the fourth prince's. The law of water, degree of purity, 80%. The gray-robed elder forced a smile on his face. There was another wave of exclamations. One is more powerful than the other. The third prince has a high chance of becoming the divine warrior of heaven and earth. Next was the second prince. As the crowd waited expectantly, the dragon ruler gave off an even brighter glow. The gray-robed elder's expression became more joyful. Ha! The law of earth. Degree of purity 90%. As soon as he said that, the crowd gasped. My God, 90%. Becoming a divine warrior is almost certain. The second prince does not usually reveal himself. To think that he is so talented. The gray-robed elder smiled. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. Fifth prince and Princess Rookin, come up. I'll go first. The fifth prince stared at Suyu and volunteered to hold the dragon ruler. Buzz,